What's up, everybody? Welcome back. Oh my god, 2 lives in one night. I wish I could do them earlier, but fortunately I'm not able to. So what's up, everybody? Welcome. How's it going? If you guys were just tuning in, we just wrapped up another live about a very disturbing case that took place in Baltimore, Maryland back in 2021. Person by the name of Nicole Johnson, who killed her niece and nephew and left them dead in her trunk for over 100 days. That was pretty disturbing. But now, have you guys back. We're gonna just kind of review everybody's favorite, except for Storm's. We're gonna be reviewing one of the interviews that Nancy Grace did with the whole cast and crew, but this one is just to kind of recap, because I feel like this episode that she did, or this interview that she did, is it needs to be looked at a little bit more, because I do remember them saying a few important things, and I think it's worth reviewing. And you know, obviously the case is kind of at a standstill right now. There's not a lot of updates, and so I think, you know, something good to do is just to kind of go back and re-look at some of the interviews that have taken place and kind of re-examine things. Obviously, we're not investigators, right? But we are a community that really cares about getting justice for Celeste, and we're gonna do whatever we need to do to keep her name alive, right? And we're just gonna keep talking about it until law enforcement decides to act upon it and actually progress forward on updates, charges, something, right? Somebody needs to be held accountable for this. So let's go ahead and get right into it. Brace yourself, because if she is not your favorite, our girl Nancy Grace can be a lot to, you know, to deal with. So let's get right into it.
Breaking news tonight.
Oh, hold on. You guys can't even see this. Hold on. What's going on here? Here I am. I thought I was sharing it. There you go. That better? Let's start from the beginning. Hold on.
Breaking news tonight. A D4VD, David Burke, defense bombshell. Teen girl Celeste wasn't killed by anyone? Then how does she end up dead and dismembered in D4VD, Burke's Tesla? How does that happen? Am I hearing now that no one will be held accountable for this little girl's death and dismemberment, much less leaving her out?
And if you guys were here, joined us for the last live too, we just watched the live, or we just did a live about the 2 children, Jocelyn and Larry, both who were killed by their aunt. And, you know, they were stuffed in a car, very similar to how Celeste was discovered. They were stuffed in the trunk, wrapped in blankets, sheets. There was even a cigarette butt in one of those wraps. And they were stuffed in the car, left there for about a year. And the medical examiner was unable to determine a cause of death. So we were talking about it in the last live, and how, you know, we are fearful that this might be the results for Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Let's keep it rolling.
In the hot weather in a car trunk to rot? I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Absolutely not.
Is this real? Has this enormous gift to the defense just dropped into their lap? It all goes to a myriad of pill bottles found in D4VD, aka David Anthony Burke's home. A myriad of pill bottles belonging, we hear, to a myriad.
Yeah, y'all better follow what Storm said. Hit the like button and let her know what your number was, whatever it is.
Of people that were living there in and out and in and out based on those pill bottles, and so far a lack of a COD, cause of death. Does this mean no one will answer up for a dead teen girl decomposing in a hot car trunk? Listen.
Bottles of prescription pain medication and drug paraphernalia are recovered inside the home, not by LAPD, but by Steve Fisher. The LAPD did not publicly disclose finding prescription drugs or drug paraphernalia. Other people were staying there as well, men and women. Their personal belongings in guest bedrooms, bathroom cabinets, and bedside tables. A neighbor reported seeing Celeste sitting on the curb in front of the house as if she was waiting for someone to let her inside.
What does it all
Alien Baby, no, this isn't new. In fact, this is actually quite old. This is probably about, let's see. This is about 2 months old, but this was one of the ones I don't think we ever reviewed it on this channel. But this is an episode or an interview that I feel kind of gets swept under the rug, doesn't really get discussed often. They have a few great points in this, so I wanted to recap this with you guys.
all mean? We know, based on neighbor accounts and more, that Celeste was living in the home of David Anthony Burke, a.k.a. D4VD. He says, David. Straight out to special guest Steve Fisher joining us, missing persons private investigator, search and rescue specialist, owner of Search Investigation, who is hired by the owner of Burke's mansion.
Sound better? Does it sound better? I'm trying to make sure I don't clip because I can see it kind of clipping, but let me know if the volume sounds good.
Now, I want to get to the fact that there is no COD right now. In my experience, a toxicology report, a screening would have come back by now, which leaves me concerned, Steve Fisher, that we're not going to get an accurate toxicology report. Why? Because she basically baked and melted in that Tesla trunk. Tell me about the pill bottles, the numerous pill bottles scattering D4VD's mansion.
When they moved out of the house, they took what they took. They left the rest behind, and we found opiate prescription medications. Now, I can't say that they weren't taking these as prescribed, but there was, several bottles of them in the house, and there's other, paraphernalia that can be used for recreational drugs.
Okay, stop right there, Steve. Okay, you're on Crime Stories. There's no wiggle room. When you say drug paraphernalia, what do you mean? Please be specific.
There was items that can be used for like vaping, not just like tobacco, but also other items. There was many of them, and then also smoking pipes.
And don't worry, Steve, I understand you're not saying that's what the drug paraphernalia was used for. I simply asked you, let me rephrase it for you, what you found. I'm not asking you.
Nancy, man, she's a beast. How many of you guys want to be interrogated by Nancy Grace?
Who it belonged to, who used it, or how it was used. So, 1, 2, 3. What
Yoshi?
did you find?
Yoshi's right here, right behind me. He's taking a nap. He's laying down right behind, or right on the green screen. Follow me in here.
Steve Fisher and D4VD, David Anthony Burke's rented mansion, specifically.
So there was opiate prescription medication. There was a few bottles of that. And then there was paraphernalia that you can use to smoke different.
See, and I've always wondered, right? They said that he had a lot of prescription bottles, right? So I'm curious where the prescriptions came from. Now, I do know that David had a procedure where he had his wisdom teeth removed, right? But nowadays, it's very difficult for doctors to prescribe you pain medications just because of this opioid pandemic that we're having. It's very rare that your doctor is going to prescribe you more than a 90 count is very high. I'd be surprised if they prescribed anywhere more than a 30-day supply of hydrocodone, right? Oh, and shout out to Dubs for joining the inner circle. What's going on, Dubs? Thank you. Welcome to the inner circle, bro. But yeah, I'd be surprised if they sent him more than a 30 count of hydrocodone for his wisdom teeth. But not only that, I think in this episode they did mention that they found more than so Storm said a 10-day supply is all I got for a nasty toe surgery. See, 10-day supply, you can only take hydrocodone anywhere between, it'll probably be prescribed every 6 to 8 hours, right? And hydrocodone is a medication that is a combo medication that's mixed with Tylenol, right? So they don't just have hydrocodone by itself. What they do is it's a combo medication. It's cut with Tylenol, anywhere between 325 milligrams to 500 milligrams. And when it comes to Tylenol, you can't even take, before it used to be 4 grams of Tylenol a day, but they've decreased it because of the risk for it to cause liver issues. So they've decreased the maximum amount that you can ingest a day to 3 grams of Tylenol. So if the pills are hydrocodone 325 and 500, or like a 5 milligrams of hydrocodone and 500 Tylenol, you can only take it roughly about 6 times a day, right? So that's what, every 4 hours? You're not going to be taking it every 4 hours.
Types of drugs, it's not for, one type. It's something you find in a smoke shop,
Okay. Opiates can mean any number of things. Dr. Kendall Crowns is joining us, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County. That's Fort Worth. He is an esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine at TCU, and he's the star of a hit podcast, Mayhem in the Morgue. Dr. Crowns, please, simply put, when I'm hearing opiates are found in the home, what could that consist of? What is an opiate?
An opiate is a classification of drugs that are like painkillers. It can be heroin, morphine, fentanyl, hydrocodone, oxycodone, and anything.
It's literally your pain medications that end with ONE, right? Those are more than likely going to be your opiate medications.
Those kind of categories. So opiates is a broad term that you can then take that generalized term and break it down into these other more specific findings like fentanyl or heroin by doing toxicologic testing.
Okay, so opiates found in the home, and when Steve Fisher goes out of his way to say that they were prescriptioned, that's good because we're going to have names on those pill bottles. Steve Fisher, without divulging names, were.
And so I saw a Storm in the chat said she thinks they were perks, and Percocets are very similar to these hydrocodone tablets. They're basically oxycodone and Tylenol, so it's going to have the same cut of medication, but the opiate portion of the medication is going to be different. It's going to be oxycodone instead of hydrocodone, which is a little bit stronger, right? They have like Percocets, right? It's crazy because anybody who takes Percocet and takes them over and over and over again, all they're doing is ingesting very high amounts of Tylenol. And then Percodans, right? There's another medication called Percodan that I believe has aspirin in it. So instead of having Tylenol, it has aspirin.
Their names on the pill bottles of opiates.
They were, and they were hydrocodone. They were Lortab, generic Lortab.
Okay, hold on. So I think he just said what it was. Let's go back.
They were, and they were hydrocodone. They were Lortab, generic Lortab,
Hydrocodone. Okay.
opiates, painkillers.
Either way, same shit.
Okay, now for some reason you've loosened up and you're telling me what you found: Loratab and Oxy. Okay,
See, so you can see that he shakes his head there. He's trying to correct her, but there's no correcting Nancy Grace.
Loratab and Oxy. Okay, to Dr.
Speak up. Speak up.
Kendall Crowns, isn't it true that typically?
Yeah. So Ronan, you're right. Those are Vikes. Well, Vicodin is a medication that used to be very popular back in the 2000s, but they no longer make Vicodin. So if you hear Vicodin, it's a medication that they've discontinued, and that's what we call like the trade or the brand name of a medication. The medications that you'll see on the shelves, you know, when you go to the stores or whatever. I mean, you're not going to find hydrocodone as an over-the-counter medication, but Vicodin was the name that they used to call it. Now they call them Norcos.
You can get opiates by prescription, or you can just get them on the street.
Yes, you can get them either way. Prescription or purchasing them off the street is a fine way of getting them. Usually prescription medications are fairly easy to get a hold of from doctors and pain management doctors especially.
To Luke Kenton joining us, senior
Vicodins are no longer in production. They're called Norcos now.
investigative reporter with Daily Mail. Luke Kenton, thank you for being with us. You see where I'm going with this, right, Luke? If there were multiple pill bottles of opiates, and, you know, from what I've seen, and it hasn't all made it into mainstream.
Who said that? Man Bear, they still make Vicodin. They don't make them in the U.S. anymore. So, and I think they stopped producing them in 2011. In 2011, that's probably like a year after I got my nursing license. We stopped using Vicodin and started using Norco. But Man Bear, are you in the U.S.?
Mainstream media. There were a lot of people in and out, a core group living there, but a lot of people in and out of Burke's home. There were a lot of pill bottles reportedly in Burke's home. Where I'm going with this is, if we don't get a COD, cause of death, if she's too decomposed to get...
That's a lot of Percocet. Dear Lord, 30 milligrams 5 times a day?
A good toxicology screen.
Oh yeah, David. I definitely heard about this song, and I think I might have talked about it in my last David Live. But yeah, after I heard that song, I was convinced that was exactly how our Celeste here died. But I later learned that that song was written, or at least released, in 2023, so way before, I guess, they ever met. Well, I don't know. Well, way before she actually died.
The argument is going to be, Luke Kenton, oh, she voluntarily, all on her own, just gobbled down a bunch of opiates and she died. That's how she died, everybody. We had nothing to do with it. And then out of fear, we hid her body. That's where this is going, Kenton.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the complicated nature of this investigation as it stands. You know, when this story first broke, you saw young girl found in singer's car. You thought, okay, slam dunk arrest, but much more information that we don't currently have. And chief among that is a concrete timeline. We don't even know really when Celeste was last seen alive. We don't know how long she was dead for. And as you say, you know, we don't know how she died. And it's unclear if we're even going to get any clarity on that.
Do you have any idea, Luke Kenton, who the people were going in and out? It was like Grand Central Station at Burke's mansion. And who were the core people actually living there? Any idea on that? Have they been identified and that has just not been released?
They haven't been publicly named. There has been, obviously, as I'm sure you're aware, a lot of online sleuthing going on around this case and trying to piece together the blanks that the LAPD aren't currently filling in for us publicly. Some of these individuals, and I can't speak to the people that may or may not have been living at the home, but there was a group that David was often seen with on social media. one close friend in particular that appeared to be involved in his music team in some capacity.
Okay, so basically what you're telling me, there's a lot of people in and out, and nobody can confirm it. Okay, Luke Kenton, I understand where you're coming from, but Steve Fisher, if a cop got up on the stand and tried to sell me that bill of goods, okay, I would have him held in contempt of court, because you have painstakingly gone up and down the streets surrounding David Burke's home, and you have amassed video. Ring, doorbell cam, security cam, you name it cam. And you can see who is going in and out of the home. And forget getting it up and down the street. That mansion, let's see that shot control room that we got from our friend Harvey Levin over at TMZ.
Look at that. It's another Tesla. Wonder which car that is.
The mansion is covered in security cams. So we know who goes in and stays overnight on a daily basis. It's not rocket science, Fisher, to figure out who's living there. All you have to do is ping their phone and see, is it there night after night after night? I mean, do I have to connect the dots here?
No, it's like you said, it's not hard to do. In fact, they put it on their own social media. There's constantly, photos in the house. There's a group of 4 or 5 of them that are always there, and they're kind of David's, groupies or whatever.
Groupies,
they
y'all.
work with them, but they're always around. And like you said, there's surveillance, and in fact, I'm have a meeting this afternoon with another homeowner that's back in town, and hopefully getting important surveillance from very close to the house that might shed more light on that. And I'll tell you, one of the people actually left their car there for 2 months. While this was all going on. So these are people that were definitely using the house kind of as.
I want you guys to pay attention to exactly what he was saying, you guys.
One of the people actually left their car there for 2 months while this was all going on. So these are people that were definitely.
Jazzy, thank you so much for your $2 super sticker. Appreciate you. Thank you, fam.
Using that house kind of as a home base, at least.
So Steve Fisher in this clip has basically said that there was another car that has been there left for. Have a good night, Jazzy Jess. I appreciate it. Thank you. But so SF is indicating that there was a second car that was left there for a long period of time. And I'm very curious to know if that was a blue Tesla that was there. And apparently, allegedly, that blue Tesla belonged to Neo. And if so, if that car was also there, I wonder if they were able to grab any footage from that vehicle.
You know what, Fisher? Let's just cut it. Let's just cut through it. All I need is one witness. One witness to crack. One of Burke's insiders to tell the truth about the night Celeste died. Otherwise, no one is going to be held responsible. That's the way it's heading right now. Things could change. When you say a core group, what does that mean? Are you referring to the 2 to 4 people we think live there with Burke?
Yeah, or at least we're staying there often. They might have had their own residences too, but they had belongings there. Their nightstands were being used and whatnot, and there was a couple mail.
Hold it. Stop everything. I like that. Hold on. You're right. You're right, Fisher. You can have your own, under the law we call it domicile, your own residence. But if you basically shack up or live somewhere else, that's what I'm getting at. Yes, now I understand Luke Kenton's hesitance, because you don't have to formally live there to be living there. Like, that doesn't have to be where you get your mail or what you put on your tax forms, if you file tax forms. But if you're even conveniently living there, that's who I'm talking about. Back to Steve Fisher. Steve, I want to get to the nightstand. I hate to rush you, but I've got X number of minutes to get this information out. Nightstands, all right? Very important. Did you find paraphernalia, drug paraphernalia, pill bottles, any evidence of someone sleeping in the home, in the nightstands, because, you know, when you go to a hotel and you're only going to be there one night, does everybody actually unpack their bags and all their stuff and put it in the nightstand? Is there evidence someone has been there more than one night? Why do I care? I care because I'm going to find out who owned these pill bottles full of oxy. I'm talking oxy, fentanyl, opiates that could kill a little girl. That's
And David is guilty. You said, I know many dislike Fisher, but I'm thankful to God for him. We'd know nothing about the photos, cage, chainsaw, or the dates of the car being parked if not for him. And I agree with them, right? Many people, you know, are not fans of Steve Fisher, but you're 100% right. If Steve Fisher was not on this case as a private investigator working for the homeowner of the Hollywood Hills mansion, we would be in the absolute dark and know absolutely nothing about this case. So, you know, Steve Fisher is good over here in my book. You know, for many of you guys that don't like him, you know, I don't know what to tell you, because, you know, if you're invested in this case, just know that you know everything about this case because of Steve Fisher. Now, don't get me wrong, the internet and many of those on Reddit have done their due diligence to kind of dig and dig and dig, right? But it's stories like the one that Steve Fisher has put out that have really brought this case anywhere.
who I'm talking about, Steve Fisher. And once I can identify these people that were living there, whether officially or unofficially, then I have a witness list. See where I'm going, Steve?
Yep, I do. Yes, they were. So
I got to
yes,
get that witness.
The nightstands were being used. There's no doubt, and you can tell that, you know, there, you know, in the master bedroom there was female products, and the bathroom was completely filled with things where it wasn't just an overnight type of thing. It was like a living situation, and they also had, you know, like gaming stations set up and whatnot in the rooms for different people.
Okay, gaming stations don't mean anything to me because D4VD could be using those gaming stations. He's online playing games constantly, so he could just wander from room to room. I need evidence that other people were living there because I want to try to connect them to these pill bottles, if that is in fact the COD on Celeste. Wait a minute. Again, that's not going to convince a jury, Steve Fisher. Hate to put you on the hot spot, but when you say female...
Yeah, I'm surprised that there's not some people in the chat that are going against them, because we've had a few of them in the past. I don't remember exactly who, but there's a handful of people that don't appreciate any of the work that he does. And, you know, that's not up to me to debate or whatever. You know, everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But, you know, again, if it wasn't for him, we'd know nothing.
Female products. What are you talking about? Are you afraid to say tampon on the air?
Nope.
Over 50% of the population. We're women. We know what they are.
No.
Don't be afraid, little boy. What?
There it is. She just called him the little boy.
Afraid to say tampon on the air? Over 50% of the population. We're women. We know what they are.
No.
Don't be afraid, little boy. What were the female products that, and how much were there to indicate somebody was actually living there? This is important.
There was feminine hygiene products for sure, but there's also a ton of makeup, and, you know, makeup bags and, you know, hair product, that is female based, but there was feminine hygiene products for sure, and there was, I think, like 6 or 7 separate, you know, containers of them. So it wasn't just like an overnight type of thing. There was
Because Steve, the reason I'm parsing products here is because it could be argued that D4VD, David Anthony Burke, uses makeup in his videos. So I need something I know he's not going to use, like a big box of 40 to 60 tampons. That's what I'm talking about. And I don't care if the owner of these pill bottles was a woman, a man, I don't care. I just need to get names, which you can get off pill bottles. Okay, I want to talk about the potential COD and what is the holdup. Joining me is Joanna Nieves. She is a veteran criminal defense attorney, founder of the Nieves Law Firm, and she's joining us out of California. Joanna, thank you for being with us. This is, it's like somewhere up in the atmosphere, the lack of a COD, cause of death, just fell in the defense lap. And now they have an avenue, a convincing avenue of defense. I'm not saying it's true. I'm not saying it's false. But when you have a young girl dead in the trunk and dismembered, which is a whole nother issue, that's not accidental. We don't have a COD. We have all these pill bottles lying around. I can see where the defense is headed. What would you do with that, Joanna?
I would say the same thing I've been saying the entire time, is that we need evidence and an actual crime of murder was committed. And the cause of death is what would help us establish that, because, you know, what we're dealing with is so many scenarios that could have happened. And I actually have said this for months now or weeks now, that this could have been an accidental overdose. It could have been somebody that found the body or got nervous and panicked about what happened and made the bad judgment call of concealing the body, but not necessarily committing a murder. So I think that what we're hearing is that there are still things that are coming to the surface that would actually help the defense defend maybe even a crime that never even occurred.
Okay, so I'm taking that roundabout discourse to mean that you, as a defense attorney, if you were handling this case, would argue that obviously Celeste must have died by accident of an overdose, unless somebody's going to claim she committed suicide, which is highly unlikely, and that someone panicked and instead of calling 911 or trying to revive her, they went, hey, it'd be a great idea to chop up her body and put her in a trunk. Is that your defense? Just a simple yes, no.
Yes, I definitely think that that's possible.
Okay. Dr. Bethany Marshall is joining us, renowned psychoanalyst out of the LA jurisdiction, author of Deal Breaker. You can see her now on Peacock. Dr. Bethany, this reminds me, in a bad way, of Top Mom Casey Anthony, who actually told a jury, and it worked, by the way, that her little girl, Kelly, drowned by accident, and instead of calling 911, everybody thought it was a good idea to wrap her up in a blanket, put her in a trash bag, and throw her in a swamp. Now, see, I've got a problem with that, but that's generally the same thing that's going to be argued here. I mean, it worked there.
Hey, Nancy, you do not dismember a body because the victim overdosed. You just don't. I mean, that's overkill. Something else bad happened in that house. And I've been playing in my mind with what could that bad thing have been? Was there a domestic violence incident and somebody was choking her? Is there evidence on the body? Was she gang raped? Is there semen on the body? Was she offered drugs like fentanyl or something like that, or opiates that were prescribed for somebody else? I do not believe somebody just went and murdered her for murder's sake. You do not dismember a body just because they overdosed. You call 911.
Did you know chips and fries, well, all sorts of things?
Yes, we knew.
20-year-old and it was parked. He's got video of the Tesla coming around the curve from the direction of Burke's house, his mansion. Hence, the body was already in the car, and it's coming around.
Nancy with her sound effects, I swear to God.
From Burke's house. Stay with me. I'm about to go to Dr. Kendall Crowns, who is a renowned medical examiner, has handled thousands of autopsies, but I want to follow up on who was in that home, okay? Listen to this.
Burke was in town the day the dented and covered in mud test.
I still don't understand why they still use this photo. Even in newer interviews that they do, this photo, you guys know, right? This image right here is not a real image. This image is it's not even Photoshop. It's AI'd.
Tesla was last moved July 29th. That same day, Burke left town with his personal assistant, Neo. After his Tesla was last moved to the spot it would later be towed from and performing in San Francisco that night. His now canceled Withered World Tour. Burke had a very small, tight-knit entourage.
Actually, no, LAPD has not confirmed anything, if I'm not mistaken. They haven't confirmed anything since the time that they were going back and forth with TMZ and the ME's office regarding her body being frozen. Now, at that point, there was nothing new that came out from them, or nothing's come out since then. It's crazy here, too. You can see that Celeste. It's funny because every video that you see of Celeste, she's always got her nails done. That was one thing about her. She always had her nails done. Makes me wonder if she was going out to get them done, if David was having somebody come to the house to get them done for her. But every video that you see where you can see her hands, she's got really long nails in them.
2 to 4 people close to Burke appeared to be living.
Hey, Coco Mom just became a member of the Inner Circle. Thank you for joining and opening the case. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
In the mansion with Burke. Burke's previously close friend group now making efforts to appear less tight-knit. Surveillance footage from his 20...
Hold on, I want to go back to that because this isn't the photo, but there's another screenshot of David and Celeste together on a FaceTime. And in that FaceTime, there's the person on the other end of that phone call or that FaceTime. And it shows the icon letter N. So I'm curious who that person is. Who is the letter N?
Group now making efforts to appear less tight-knit. Surveillance footage from his $20,000 a month rental home shows 3 or 4 individuals who not only share the home, but regularly access his Tesla. Those individuals have not been seen together since the discovery of Celeste's remains, and all have unfollowed each other on social media.
Dave Mack joining me, Crime Stories investigative reporter. So, Dave Mack, okay.
And if any of you guys are still here after this video, we'll review or we'll take a look at one. And I don't think a lot of people saw this one, or actually not a lot of people talked about it, but Law and Crime did a video basically where the LAPD actually fired back on the bogus claims of her body being frozen. So if you guys are still around, we'll check it out.
Let me understand. If nobody did anything wrong, then why is everyone running in different directions and following each other on social media?
Alien Baby, I don't know. There's just so many, especially with Law and Crime. There's News Nation. There's Nancy Grace. And they've done at least 4 each.
I mean, the day, and I got to go back to Fisher on this in a moment, Dave Mack. Remind me to circle back to him. The last day that D4VD, David Anthony Burke's Tesla, was moved, remember, you got a dead body, a little girl decomposing in the trunk. It's hotter and hotter and hotter. More and more evidence, including cause of death, COD, is being lost literally by the minute. And what are they doing? They're moving the car. Why? Because it's a fancy Beverly Hills home and Hollywood Hills home, and they know that the owners of those lots are going to complain.
Did she just mention the second property that Steve Fisher doesn't acknowledge?
Hollywood Hills home, and they know that the owners of those lots are going to complain if a nasty car is sitting in front of their lot for days on end. So every few days, the Tesla is being moved around with Celeste dead in the trunk.
But we don't know that for sure, right? We don't know if that car was parked on Bluebird for an extended period of time, or if he would just move the car every time that he'd go out for a tour. So that's one thing that we don't know for sure 100%.
Wrong happened. Then why did everybody living in that home, Dave Mack, suddenly scatter to the 4 ends of the earth?
You know, Nancy, the biggest thing about this is exactly what you're pointing out, that the last day it was moved on July 29th, the car stays there and is not moved again until it's towed away. But Burke and his friend, Bolt, he's in San Francisco performing that very night. He's got his agent or his assistant with him, the guy that's always with him. They've called him, you know, anyway, they're gone. And then after the body is found. David Burke continues on, Nancy. Now, the rats begin to flee, but Burke is acting like nothing happened. Think about it. This is his car. A body's been found. He knows who it is, but he's still doing his thing. He didn't cancel the tour when she was identified, Nancy.
No, he did not.
The tour was canceled for him. He wanted to keep moving on like nothing
Ronan, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good night, man.
happened.
Go Seahawks.
They're acting like children in every bit of this. And when you think about it, Burke is 20 years old. He was homeschooled. He was sheltered, raised in a church choir. It makes no adult sense, but maybe it makes sense to somebody who's got the maturity level of a 12-year-old.
Make it make sense.
To Dr. Bethany Marshall joining us, psychoanalyst and author. Dr. Bethany, everyone scatters to the four corners of the earth, but then is followed up by unfollowing each other online. I find that a step too far, not to have some sort of implication.
That's right. I mean, they are definitely trying to distance themselves from each other. And in that world, instantly when somebody.
All right, I don't want to. I have to say something, you guys. You guys like her makeup? Rate her makeup, you guys. Did she do a good job?
Unfollows you, and it's so easy to track. I would wonder with this group, who knows what about the other person? Did one person see another member of the house supply drugs? Did one person see another person abuse Celeste and not call 911? All that drug paraphernalia, Nancy, I'm very interested in that. Were the opiates in the room of the patient for which the opiates have been prescribed, or were they scattered around the house? Was the house neat or messy? Did it look like a frat house, a crack house, or was it kept neat? Was all the drug paraphernalia in one place, like people were just doing it recreationally, or was it scattered
Well, let's go to
around
Steve Fisher on
like
that.
a mess?
Steve Fisher, where were the drugs? And let me also point out, Steve Fisher, well, we learned this from you, LAPD had already searched the home. Now, they haven't mentioned finding drugs or drug paraphernalia. That does not mean they didn't find it. But by the time you searched it, where did you find the drugs?
So there was several different bottles of them, and one, being in a living room table that was kind of like a where they did all the streaming from, is accessible there, and then also in the bathrooms.
Hold
so
on,
I think there was three different in where they did all the streaming, like a living room table that was kind of like a where they did all the streaming from.
Okay, so we know that the stream that Celeste was seen on was not at the actual mansion. That was at the 804 house on Doheny.
Is accessible there, and then also in the bathrooms. So I think there was three different opiate prescription bottles, and so they were accessible. They weren't locked up or anything like that. They were accessible to anybody in the house.
Okay.
Hold on. We got to go back because I feel like
opiate prescription bottles, and is accessible there, and then also
did you mention how many?
The bathrooms,
Sorry, y'all.
several different bottles of them, and one, being in a living room table that was kind of like a where they did all the streaming from, is accessible there, and then also in the bathrooms. So I think there was three different opiate prescription bottles.
So there were 3 prescription bottles located at the house. One at the desk where they were streaming, right? And that's probably the area where Asia and David did their stream from, the Gooner stream. That's crazy. And then in the bathroom, and then probably in the bedroom, right?
And so they were accessible. They weren't locked up or anything like that. They were accessible to anybody in the house.
Okay. And you're speaking legally right now in response to Dr. Bethany Marshall, and you're right, Steve. The fact that they were in various locations, those doors were not locked. Anyone would have had access to them. But, isn't it true, Joanna Nieves, veteran defense attorney, that under the law, and this is a jury charge, a jury instruction that will be read to a jury, in this case, if there ever is one, says that the jury can take into account behavior before, during, and after the incident, which means a jury could take into account that very oddly, very uncharacteristically, all of D4VD, David Anthony Burke's friends that normally live together, that hang out together every single day and night, that park their cars there for months on end, they all scattered to north, south, east, and west and unfollowed each other. That can be taken into account, and it can be argued
As behavior,
on closing that that is a guilty conscience. You know something bad went down. You know about it, so you get the hell out of Dodge. Can't that be argued by a prosecution?
Yes, this could be an indicator of consciousness of guilt, but what we have to keep in mind is that something bad did happen. There was a dismembered body in a trunk. So
Yeah, I mean, it's not like she crawled up in that trunk, you know, chopped herself into pieces and did it herself. Somebody needs to be held responsible for this.
they are likely trying to distance themselves from the fact that someone tried to conceal a body and there is a knowingness around that. But the point still remains that we can't prove yet whether this was the cause of death was actually a murder and then the concealment of the body.
That's
Tesla, no. Do I care who put the Tesla there or moved it? Yes, because I believe that person had knowledge that Celeste's body, a little girl, was decomposing in the trunk.
Hit the like button for me, you guys, one time. If you guys haven't already, all it does is help this video get out into the algorithm, y'all. Do me a favor, hit the like button, y'all.
Has a massive gift been dropped in the laps of the defense? That gift, there is no COD, cause of death, as of tonight. Now, with all of this in mind, straight out to Dr. Kendall Crowns joining us, as I've mentioned, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County, and star of Mayhem in the Morgue. Dr. Kendall Crowns, I've waited on a lot of toxicology reports, as have you, to get an official cause of death. Toxicology reports are needed in a case where you can't look at the body either under the microscope like you or with the naked eye like me and say, oh yeah, she was stabbed dead. Oh yeah, she was bludgeoned dead. Oh yeah, this is a GSW gunshot wound. You have to have toxicology when you can't overtly see what the COD is, right? But in all of my history, I don't recall it taking this long.
Nope.
Is this the death knell? Does this mean toxicology is not revealing a cause of death?
Well, it can be the fact that it can take up to 8 to 10 weeks to get.
And Coco, you made a great point, right? David was a creep and is guilty, but what about the fact that her parents didn't care if she was gone? Now, I kind of have a different take on this, right? And this is just my opinion. I don't know if they didn't care that she wasn't gone. I have a feeling that they knew where she was this entire time, which is why they never said anything. And in fact, I am under the impression that they potentially may have been receiving some sort of compensation to just kind of stay quiet, which could be a reason why they are still quiet today and haven't said anything, right? But, you know, we haven't heard from the parents. We haven't heard from the family. They're probably still grieving, and you know, they deserve to have that privacy, but I do hope that they have an opportunity to come out and say something soon.
Good toxicology testing done, especially in a severe decomp. She was in that trunk for several weeks. Her decomposition processes could have caused her blood to dry up and other tissues to not be available. And they may be relying on liver and muscle to get their toxicologic testing done. And when they have to rely on these two solid organs, the toxicology lab has to grind them up and homogenize them, making them into a liquid so they can test them. And this can add even more time to it.
Okay, just stop right there. Stop right there. Stop. Dr. Kendall Crowns, look, we all, everybody on this panel, accepts that you're smarter than us. Can you please dumb me down? I don't know what you just said. What? Grind it down for a what test? What?
So when you have no blood left to test from, and all you have left is solid organs. You can collect muscle and liver at the time of autopsy. That is sent to the toxicology lab, and they put it in basically a blender, and they make it into like a slurry or a smoothie of this tissue. And then that way they're able to extract the liquid to put it into the machines to do the toxicology testing, because the toxicology machines that do the testing can't use solid organs. So it has to be liquefied in some way. And by doing that, it takes the process
Okay, you know what?
longer.
I
and
just
can
want to
extend the time.
digest what you just said, because of all of the prosecutions, investigations I've had, which I can't count. I've never heard it put just quite like that. You're saying that Celeste's liver, her dried up liver,
Oh, exactly what you said,
is
DJ.
put in a
Sino.
blender and blended until it's liquefied, so that some machine somewhere can run a test on it?
Correct.
Okay. Moving forward, after Celeste's liver is liquefied in a blender, then that is put into a what?
It depends on the toxicology lab, but they usually use like a GC mass spectrometry, which is gas chromatography mass spectrometry machine that then can do a look at drug levels within that slurry of tissue.
So you use a mass spectrometer to look
Nancy,
at,
don't even know what you're
here's
talking
another
about.
one. If you put a dried organ into the blender, as you call it, and you blend it, you still have a dry organ. How does it become liquefied?
They add certain fluids to it to make it more liquefied. I don't know specifically what they add, but it's
Like
probably
what?
normal saline, probably most likely normal saline. So it helps liquefy it and doesn't add to the toxicology or decrease the toxicology.
Okay.
Of course, there are
So
charts
then
that are
that
available.
newly formed liquid, which is dried liver and saline, is put into a mass spec, and then you can determine from that, in lieu of blood, whether there were drugs in Celeste's system. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
He's so fed up with
Okay.
her.
You have illuminated a lot, Dr. Kendall Crowns. So you're telling me that no matter how long the body is there, if you can get a liver or some other organ, suitable organ, you can use that to get a tox screen, toxicology, right?
That's correct.
Qualitative.
Okay. And at the beginning, at the outset, you said, did you say 8 or 11 weeks to get that tox screen back?
About 8 to 10, but yes, about 2 to 2 months
So
to 2.5 months.
we know that she was in the trunk on September 8, likely dead before then. But the point of September 8 is that's when her body was found. So you've got September to October, October to November. So right now, we're at about 8 weeks. So you're saying either now or in the next 2 weeks, there should be a toxicology report.
Yes.
Yes, Nancy.
Okay. Dr. Kendall Crowns, you heard Dr. Bethany Marshall talking about how, what if there were sex games? What if there was a strangulation game, an asphyxiation game going on? All that evidence on her body, just theoretically, if it existed, is gone because her body has been decomposing for so long. In the trunk, would you expect to find bruising? Would you be able to find it? Let's just pretend she died on September 7th.
And she's, so yes.
Hey, there you go. We just got a, what do we get? What is this? Super chat? $10 super chat from Coco Mom 2021. Thank you so much for your donation. I appreciate that. And thank you for being here. We do appreciate your company here and your support for the channel. Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Even though the body's decomposed, you can still find physical evidence like bruising, stab wounds, gunshot wounds, things of that nature. Even if they've completely mummified and their skin's hard as a rock or dried hard, you can still notice the wounding patterns. You can still find bruising and then cut into that dried leathery skin, peel it back and find hemorrhage in the subcutaneous tissue or the fat underneath. And the other thing you can look for is fractures of the bones. So even if all the tissue is decomposed away, you can still look at the bones and find.
That's a great point, right, David? So let's just say drugs are found. So what now? We blame it on drugs and let David go? Most 14-year-olds don't just have drugs unless an adult gives them to her. You know what, though? I mean, I just think that drugs out here are just so easily accessible. So, I mean, she could have gotten drugs from anywhere, right? She probably had easier access getting them from David, if David may have potentially provided her any, right? But I don't think that getting drugs out here is a hard thing to do at that age, you know, and that's just my thoughts on it.
Find fractures.
Okay, I don't know.
But if she did, and I don't know, maybe that's the reason why we haven't heard anything, right? Maybe the cause of death has been undetermined. It's hard to determine what she died from, and maybe the toxicology reports that they do have don't show anything significant. So maybe they're back to square one, right? Or maybe they have to start from scratch.
I've told you tonight yet, Dr. Kendall Crowns, but you're brilliant. But I've got another fact to plug into your equation. Steve Fisher, I just pretended Celeste was dead or killed September 7, but you have information based on you combing the neighborhood to get video and more. You have information that she was in the trunk a lot longer than the day before the car was found.
Yeah, so we have video evidence of the car being moved. That's about on July 29th. And even if we didn't have that, we still have the parking enforcement officers that took photos, you know, going back 2 weeks before the car was towed. So she was in that for quite a while, but before, definitely on or before July 29th.
Well, I'm telling you, I believe that that's her in that photo that we have found at a D4VD concert.
Even DJ See No Evil said, here in Stockton, you got dealers at the age of 11 and 12 years young. So that would make that 1 or 2 years younger than Celeste in middle school.
August the 4th. Straight back out to Luke Kenton joining us, senior investigative reporter at dailymail.com, who's been on the story from the beginning. I know you're familiar with the August 4th photo with either Celeste or a Celeste lookalike wearing her jeans and her black tube top.
And for the record, this person, whoever this girl is, has still been unidentified. There's been talks that maybe this is Celeste, maybe this is Asia, maybe this is another artist. But what is weird is that there's been reports that say that David was throwing up heart hands to whoever this was during the concert. So, I don't know.
Up in the balcony that is reserved for friends and family of
Art Deco Rose,
D4VD,
welcome,
a.k.a.
welcome.
David Anthony Burke. That was August the 4th, was it not, Luke Kenton?
It was August the 4th, yes. The investigation that was done around that video, it was acclaimed at least that wasn't Celeste depicted. We know David hung out with a number of other individuals who bear some slight resemblance to Celeste. But on the subject of last known contact, a couple of sources close to Celeste who went to school with Celeste said that even though she was missing for, a year or so, she continued contact with friends, and that contact cut in either late June or early July. It's my understanding that that form of contact was message-based, so there's no way of verifying who was sending those messages. But her phone was at least active until that point, according to two sources.
So, Luke Kenton, that's really interesting, and not just interesting, it could be probative. You're saying that her friends, her old friends, before David Anthony Burke, quit hearing from her at the latest in, did you say mid-July?
It was late June.
And that's a good point, right? David, you said if it was Celeste, she would probably be better covered up. She usually wore a hoodie in public. Great point, right? Unless that was a stand-in to throw everybody off as a decoy, right? To make people think that maybe, it could have been a Celeste, but maybe not the Celeste that we're looking for. I don't know.
To very early July.
Definitely to me, that didn't look like Celeste at all.
Is what I was told
Early
by one of those.
Now, regarding that video, the video that was turned into an isolated photo of who many believe to be Celeste in that special friends and family booth above
I
D4VD.
definitely don't think that's Celeste. I don't know. I could be wrong. But type a 1 in the chat if you think that's Celeste.
David Anthony Burke.
Because that would also change the supposed timeline dramatically, right? Because the last known proof of life that we have of Celeste is January 2nd. And this, I believe, was in August.
You said some people are saying that's not Celeste. Who is saying that's not Celeste?
That
That
photo
was
right there does
actually
not look like
reported,
her.
I believe, by TMZ, and the information that came from that report was that it was individuals close to individuals with knowledge of the matter said it wasn't Celeste. I haven't been able to verify personally one way or the other, but I agree with
Me
you
either.
that she certainly resembles Celeste. But again, there are a few people in and around that circle that do that are of Hispanic heritage and do slightly resemble Celeste in some ways. Hard to know definitively.
Luke Kenton, you're saying that people close to D4VD, David Anthony Burke, he calls that David, people close to Burke say, oh no, that's not her. Is that correct?
That's my understanding of somebody else's reporting. Where my reporting is concerned, yeah.
So whenever I put a witness on the stand,
Alien Baby, you said that that's her with the RBF, with the resting biatch face. I'm curious for you to tell me more what makes you believe, right? And everybody's, entitled to their own opinion, and I'm here to listen to it all. But what makes you believe further that is Celeste? Because who knows? Who knows? You may be right? None of us really know for sure.
I judge their credibility, their veracity. I consider the source. So if my source on that is, and I agree with you, Luke, that seems to have come from within D4VD's camp. They're going, oh no, that's not her. All right, that and $1 will buy me a cup of coffee at McDonald's. No, I'm not buying what somebody in that camp says. No. But we know that, for instance, the FBI, for Pete's sake, Target even has the greatest surveillance video. That video and that photo can be used and enhanced to determine, is it really Celeste? Why do I care this much? Because if it is Celeste, that puts her alive on August the 4th. So that weighs into it. What does it weigh into? It weighs in.
Lexi said, did anybody ever find out who that girl really is? Unfortunately, at this point in time, this girl has not came out and said it's her. Nor has anybody been able to identify her. The odd thing about this photo that's really odd is the outfit that she's wearing, right? We know that Celeste was found in a tube top and black leggings. I don't know what kind of pants she's wearing, but the tube top does come off really weird to me, at least.
To what I'm asking Dr. Kendall Crowns. That was a big roundabout. You have a lot of those in Great Britain. A big roundabout. Back to Dr. Kendall Crowns. If I can place her alive at, as Luke was saying.
Yeah, Scorpion Heart, we did a live right before we came on to do this one. We did talk about the horrible auntie. If you guys know that that story about Nicole M. Johnson, who stuffed her niece and her nephew in a black suitcase and rode around in her car with them for over a year. We talked about it in the last live, so if you guys don't know that story, we did a recap on that, so you guys should definitely go check that out.
At the beginning of July, if she was dead then, and that's not Celeste in the balcony, Can I get a COD on her body? You said even a mummy can reveal bruises once you cut into the bruise and look at the subcutaneous tissue. That's a big word for under the skin.
We've also done another live. We did a members only live that kind of got cut short because we explored different methods of bringing the dead back to life. And I don't mean literally, but what we did was we watched a documentary on a doctor in Mexico who took bodies that were highly decomposed and placed them in a formula, in a solution. And basically what it did was reverse decomposition and literally brought the bodies of the deceased members back to life, so then that it could reveal things like bruising and tattoos that you couldn't really see when the body was decomposed. So I'll probably post a link to that soon, but unfortunately, when we watched it on members only, it got flagged and copywritten for that.
Even on a mummy, you can find that?
Yes. I mean, you can still look at the tissues or the skin surface, even if they're dried and mummified, and still find injuries, gunshot wounds, stab wounds, bruises, all still are there. You just have to...
Della Dank, you think it's her too? Oh, I didn't know that. Mama Jax, welcome.
Kind of change your thinking on what you're looking at because of the decomposition process. If she was still alive in July, that would be August and early September, she'd only been missing for about a month or dead about a month. She probably wouldn't even be mummified at that point. She would just probably be bloated, green, and with skin slippage and stuff oozing out of every orifice. But we could still, that would even be easier than a mummified body to find the injuries. The problem is actually the dismembering could disrupt a lot of the injuries you would be looking for, especially with a strangulation if they've cut her head off and disrupted all the neck musculature.
Holidays are just around the corner.
Okay, Nancy.
It didn't hard date missing. Amidst all of the scientific jargon we're hearing out of the medical examiners and the analyses by brilliant psychoanalysts
I'll put the link in the chat for you guys to check it out.
Kenton, Steve Fisher on this from the very beginning, and it seemingly doesn't matter to a lot of people what Fisher has absolutely dug up. That's non-refutable so far. Conspiracy theories abounding online as to what really happened. Listen.
The David and Celeste thing is the most obvious Hollywood satanic ritual I've ever seen.
That actually hurt my ear. My ears are bleeding. And that is from @SupremeTings on TikTok.
Supreme
There's
Tings.
more. Listen.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest, gotta be honest with y'all, bro. The David situation is all a PR stuff, okay? You guys are all falling for it. Do you not notice all of us literally singing in the back of my mind? Like, bro, it's a literal PR stunt. He hit #1 on iTunes.
Okay, he lost me with the Cruella hair right there. I'm out. No, I'm not putting him on the stand. With another crazy theory, and that is from @Light, L-I-G-H-T, Sun.
Oh, just FYI, if you guys do click on that link, just know, trigger warning, because it does show very graphic things in that video. It is a YouTube video from the Motherboards, so shout out to them. But yeah, it's called Reviving the Dead with DIY Forensics, Still Life. Very interesting documentary. I do highly recommend that anybody who's interested in this type of stuff, right? That you check it out and learn a thing or two about how, some doctors are able to utilize different methods of technology, not really technology, but different methods to revive the dead.
Zane on TikTok. These conspiracy theories are as old as time. Are they real? No. But if you remember the Scott Peterson case, the zany conspiracy theories were actually used at trial. Yeah. Here's a great one. An O.J. Simpson crazy, zany conspiracy theory.
So I, without a shadow of a doubt, believe that O.J. did not kill Nicole or Ron, but it was his son, Jason, and here's why.
It was not the son.
So evidence-wise, there's about 15 fingerprints that they could not trace back to O.J. There was also a cap there that had dog hair on it, but O.J. didn't own a dog, but Jason did, and pictures have been proven to know that that cap is Jason's. They just failed to get any kind of DNA evidence off of Jason. He's also had a prior aggravated assault with a deadly weapon against one of his ex-girlfriends.
Cruella.
Woman, Simpson, the O.J. Simpson, Orenthal James Simpson, committed double murder.
There it
Quit
is.
trying to rope in his son who's out minding his own business the night of the murders. That is from @Zoe_GermX. Okay, let's see.
DJ See No Evil. If I don't know if you have my email, but if you want, send me an email. And I'll type my email in the chat for you. Let me see. Hopefully you can get it. But I'll send you the link to the video if anything.
Crazy conspiracy theories that the defense will absolutely use. How about Brian Kohberger?
Kohberger is innocent. I told you Kohberger was innocent. So I called my source, 1 of 5, and I asked if I had to prove him innocent, where would I look? And the source said, look at Enon, Touch DNA, DoorDasher. And the neighbor, Enon, was never put on the suspect list when he had blood on his door. And he authored those other handles. It's also a known drug house. So only a sophisticated drug ring would do slice and dice like that.
So much of that is not true.
That look on her
What
face.
known drug house? What is she saying?
What
That's
is she
from
saying?
Berries and Branches on TikTok. Zany conspiracy theories that you would think don't amount to a hill of beans, but that can be used.
David said, I don't like the way they are bringing up O.J. Simpson in a David conversation. I hope he doesn't get off like O.J. And I think that's probably another reason why the LAPD has been so tight-lipped about this case, because they need to ensure that another thing like the O.J. Simpson case does not happen again.
By an adroit defense attorney. As a matter of fact, Dave Mack, Crime Stories investigative reporter who investigated the Delphi double murders with me, wasn't there a zany conspiracy theory that the Odinists killed Libby and Abby, the 2 little girls found under that trestle bridge? Odinists that worship Thor and the other Norse gods. The defense actually tried to bring that into evidence and the judge stopped them. Remember that?
They fought hard to get that Odinism brought into this, to claim it was a ritualistic killing of Abby and Libby. I mean, it was amazing that we actually had to dig into this and go through just papers and encyclopedias of this Odinism. And, you know, it was just another red herring. But, yeah, they tried, and the judge listened.
Complete red
threw it
herring.
out,
And they
thankfully.
actually tried to use the zany conspiracy theory at trial. I mean, there's millions of them. Remember when JonBenet Ramsey was found dead? So many people piled on that it was the brother Burke, who was like this big around. Day one, I said, it's not Burke, but did that stop the conspiracy theories?
Nope.
And that poor boy was hounded the rest of his life. Now he's a young adult male. But can you imagine the cost, the price these conspiracy theories, as crazy as they are, carry on Lady Justice? She has to pay the bill for all of that. We are waiting on that COD, and we are waiting for justice in the death of a little girl, Celeste Rivas. If you know or think you know anything about her death, please contact LAPD 213-486-6890. Repeat.
All right, so so if you guys have any tips or anything, please make sure you call the LAPD Robbery Homicide Division, 213-486-6890. Don't leave yet, you guys, because I do have another video that I do want to play with you guys. This was one from Sidebar with Jesse Weber. This one, basically, this is the discussion about the LAPD firing back on bogus claims of the frozen body found in David's Tesla. So we're going to go ahead and bring that one up right now. And you guys are good with that, right? Type a 1 in the chat if you guys are good. You guys want me to keep going? I know it's late. I know. Y'all ain't got nothing better to do. You guys are here. And while I'm at it, let me ask you guys, do me a favor and hit the like button. And Storm is asking you guys to put down in the chat what number it was. I don't know why, but do it because she said so. Oh, and I put I just made another emoji for you guys. I know Scorpion just dropped that 100 one, but I made another one. We're gonna up it up a little bit. We're gonna do 1,000. 1,000%. All right, y'all. Let's see. Lex. Okay, I see Scorpion said 1. Laura said 1. DJ See No Evil said 1. Lexi said 1. Let's go ahead and play it.
Fourth continues. An LAPD official is pushing back on the claim that the body of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez was frozen and decapitated, while the LA County Medical Examiner's Office has confirmed there is a hold in place on any information coming out about what may have happened to her. There is a lot to break down. Let's get into it right now. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Real quick, I got to ask you something before we jump into all this. Have you ever left a meeting and thought to yourself, what did we just talk about for the last 30 minutes, hour?
No,
I've been
we're
there.
not gonna another.
It is all we just click of death. So, or scan the QR code. We have another update in the Celeste Rivas Hernandez investigation. So, in the case where we do not currently have an announced cause or manner of death for the 14-year-old teenager from Lake Elsinore, California, who disappeared last year, whose body was apparently found in a bag in the trunk of a Tesla registered to singer David back in September out in the Hollywood Hills, there has been a lot of speculation on what happened to her, and a lot of confusion as to why the LA County Medical Examiner hasn't listed this information out yet. So the thought was that they're still waiting for toxicology reports, more information. It was listed as deferred. And then we go to the latest reporting from TMZ, which, by the way, I don't know, was maybe debunked. So it came out that sources close to the investigation told TMZ that Celeste's body was frozen, that it had actually been thawing out when it was found in the car, that she had been decapitated, that her limbs had been severed, cut into pieces, and whether that complicated knowing for sure what happened to her. Here's the problem. This just came out. An LAPD captain and commanding officer of the Robbery Homicide Division told People magazine, this isn't true. Quote, Celeste's body was not frozen. She was not decapitated.
Hold on, let me remove the chat so you guys can see this. This is again, this is a video that was posted, I want to say about a month ago. So it's not new. We're just kind of recapping some of this stuff though so we can continue to talk about it.
The whole frozen thing doesn't even make sense. Her body was in the car for weeks. Even if she had been frozen solid.
Yeah, this is Jesse Weber.
When she was put in the car, which there is no evidence to suggest she was, 5 or more weeks in the trunk of a car in sweltering heat in the middle of summer would not have resulted in a partially frozen body being discovered on September 8th. Now, Williams previously said that Celeste had been dead for at least several weeks. What is going on? And now we got to talk about what just happened, okay? This is real. The medical examiner's office has removed information from Celeste's case on its publicly available website. So according to a release from authorities yesterday, quote, at 10:54 a.m. on Friday, November 21st, the County of Los Angeles Department of Medical Examiner received a court order initiated by the Los Angeles Police Department to place a security hold on medical examiner case number 2025-14252 Celeste Rivas Hernandez. No records or details associated with the case, including the cause and manner of death and medical examiner report, can be released or posted on the website until further notice. The department's mission is to have full transparency with the community by providing information about our cases to empower people to make changes that save lives. Since becoming the department head, I've worked on eradicating the practice of placing security holds on medical examiner cases simply by law enforcement request. The practice of security holds is virtually unheard of in other counties and has not been proven to improve outcomes in the legal system. We are dedicated to serving our community with full transparency. However, the law precludes us from doing so while the court order remains in this case. The department previously received a request for a security hold from the LAPD on this case on September 15th, 2025, which was denied due to insufficient justification to warrant the hold. The department understands the public's interest in this case and remains committed to transparency when possible. Information will be made available once the court order is lifted. For questions about the court order, timeline, and the law enforcement investigation into this death, you can contact the LAPD. Now, I will add this. LAPD Captain Mike Bland told NBC4 Investigates, quote, "This is an ongoing RHD homicide case, Robbery Homicide Division, and the purpose of the court order is to ensure the LAPD..."
Now, keep in mind, to put into perspective, right, the whole frozen theory. If her body, let's just say, if her body was placed, right, and Golddigger gave us these numbers, but if her body was placed in the frunk on July 29th and her body was discovered on September 8th, that would have been 41 days in that frunk. You mean to tell me that her body was still partially frozen for 41 days?
LAPD receives information on this case from the medical examiner's office before the public does. Now, by the way, Steve Fisher, who we've had on this program before, the private investigator who was hired by the owner of that rental property that David was reportedly staying at, which was near where this abandoned Tesla with Celeste's body inside where it was found and where it was towed. Again, someone we've had on this show numerous times to talk about his investigation. He wrote this on X, quote, "I appreciate the commitment to transparency by the LA County Medical Examiner's Office. They previously denied an LAPD request for a security hold on the case. Now, LAPD obtained a court order sealing the case. The timing of that, along with the wording of the news release from the medical examiner's office, leads me to believe a cause and manner of death have been determined in the case of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, and the ME's investigative and autopsy reports are completed." Is he right? Now, to couple that, something else I got to talk about. According to...
Yeah, this video was uploaded about a month ago. Just recapping it, though.
The LA Times, according to court documents that they reviewed, a detective has categorized this investigation as a, quote, "investigation into murder." Now, that is very significant because the LAPD previously indicated that there might not be a crime beyond concealment of a body. So this was paperwork in support of not releasing the ME's findings, which I just mentioned. And you had LAPD Detective Joshua Byers, who said in a declaration that was filed that release of these autopsy findings could taint or jeopardize this apparent murder investigation. Quote, "Will reveal or tend to reveal the ongoing investigation and the integrity of the investigation, as well as the identity of witnesses and or informants who are cooperating with law enforcement and the content of the information they have provided, which could endanger the lives of witnesses and or compromise the investigation." And Los Angeles Superior Court Judge Craig Richmond granted the LAPD's request with respect to not releasing the ME's information. And by the way, last week, LAPD Deputy Chief Alan Hamilton, who oversees the department's detective operations, said, quote, "Accountability is coming. Our RHD detectives have been working and not waiting for that decision by the medical examiner. They are going to get justice for Celeste Rivas. No one is off the table, including him," seemingly referring to David. Let me bring on right now a special guest to try to get some clarity about what all this means. I want to bring on Dr. Nada Rutherford, Richland County coroner here. Doctor, thank you so much for coming.
Yeah, David is guilty. I think a lot of us were upset, right? And that was the whole thing that they kind of kept pushing and pushing and pushing. The only thing that they had at this time was concealment of a body, which was only a misdemeanor. And then LAPD came out and said that they are, or TMZ came out with a report that basically stated that David is now being viewed as a suspect. He hasn't been officially named as one, but viewed as a suspect.
Coming on. Let's start first off. What is this?
And the reason why I wanted to watch this was because I believe this girl's an attorney, and she made some really great points about this. And I just thought it was really good to review and just kind of puts a few things into perspective.
Security hold. And how often do you see something like that?
It's very rare that we see a security hold, but usually when we see it, it means that
Oh, she's a doctor with the LA County Coroner's Office. Sorry about that. So Dr. Nida Rutherford from the Richland County Coroner's Office.
is very valuable and specific information about that cause of death and the manner of death that they do not want to release to the public. It means that there is something so unique about that death that they want to hold that information close to the chest so that they can still conduct their investigation without the public frenzy that they know will happen once they start releasing details. So whether that's drugs were found in the system, the way the body was found, they've said that she wasn't dismembered, but was there something else unique about the trauma that could have been associated with her body? They have something specific that they do not want the public to know right now.
And that's a great point, right? So there has to be something very specific in that report that at least the LAPD doesn't want public. And what are some of those things that maybe the LAPD doesn't want the public or the defense to know, right? I think soon after this video came out, we did learn that they are viewing another person or a second person as being involved before, during, and after. So, you know, maybe that there's a lot more to it.
And in my humble opinion, as a person who works with law enforcement and as a coroner who does active investigations, if there's something very specific and we release that to the public, we could totally mess up the entire investigation. You could lose witnesses. They don't want to deal with whatever information was found. Right now, they are still doing an active investigation. And so if holding that information close to their chest is going to help them get justice for this potentially murdered 15-year-old, then I think that they should.
She was not 15 when she died, right? She was discovered and found the day after her 15th birthday, which she never got to experience.
Do it, and everyone should be in agreement with that.
So do you agree with Steve that right now the ME's office has definitively a cause and manner of death for Celeste Rivas Hernandez?
I do believe they know what her cause and manner of death are at this point. And the fact that they have pushed for this hold so hard, they denied the first one, and then they went back again.
What did you make of that? The fact that they requested it all the way back September 15th, 7 days after her body was found.
They want to keep information close to them for this investigation. You have to think about this. You have someone who's a celebrity. You have someone who has money, power, resources, and the people around that person also have money, power, and resources. So how do you infiltrate and penetrate all of those things if you are giving all of the information to the public? I'm all for transparency, but gosh, we want to know what happened to her, and the people doing the investigation should have that information first before the public gets it and tears it up.
And just to be clear, if we take all this as true, if it was denied all the way back in September, there's a possibility, would I be totally wrong by saying maybe they didn't have the cause and manner of death yet? Maybe it was too premature. Maybe it was too early for the LAPD to request that no information be shared. But now the ME's office may have cause and manner of death, and the whole situation has changed. And maybe you're right. There's something in there that they say this is going to taint the investigation. So do you think that my timeline might be right there?
Oh, absolutely. And here's the other thing. When you have a body that is decomposed, it takes longer to get that cause and manner of death. The body is breaking down. It is literally liquefying. You've got a car found in a hot area encased in metal, and the body is going to break down even faster. Whether she was frozen, not frozen, you put a body out in the heat, it's going to decompose. And we don't know how this body exactly was found. Was it found encased in plastic? Was it found inside of a suitcase? How was the body found? How was it dressed? How was it draped or clothed? All of those things become so important. This girl's been missing for a year before her body was discovered.
And there have been reports about when her last known sighting was. I will get into a second when it seems authorities believe she might have died. Put that to the side for a second. You mentioned something very important here. This back and forth on freezing. I said this in our episode yesterday. If this reporting is true, not true, how distressing this must be for the family to hear something like this. But I have to tell you, when I was doing the episode, I was like, it doesn't make sense that the body was found thawing. It was in a hot car. When would a frozen body been transferred? It seems that when the car was parked there, the body was already inside. So the fact that you have, it's very hard to get definitive information in this case. And yes, there's speculation and sources say this, but this idea of the body being frozen and thawing out, I got to say, I'm not surprised that it's been debunked or seemingly debunked.
Here's the thing. The medical examiner knows exactly how that body was presented to them and to that office. So even if, let's say she was frozen, let's say they're trying to throw us
Desert.
off by
Welcome,
saying, oh,
Desert.
that wasn't the case. Her body would be well preserved had it been frozen. And you would actually have more of a whole body in front of you. So if she was thawing in the car, yes, she's going to decompose and the rate of decomposition is going to be what it is. But if she was frozen and then put in the car, like let's say she was stored someplace, we've had cases like this here in our county where someone was in a deep freezer for years and then the body started to decompose once the power was cut off to that site. So the idea of her body being frozen and thawing, it's a very real possibility. But that ME's report, that autopsy report, how that body was found and that determination of how long she could have possibly been dead, they have so many things that they can utilize, from bug activity to looking at just how much of her body had decomposed. Was there parts of her body that
They
were
sure can,
mummified?
baby.
Was
Yep.
she left someplace and then frozen? You would see decomposition even in that. So there's a lot that the medical examiner's report is going to have in it.
Do you think, based
hope
on what I
so.
just read to you, this hold, do you think there's a possibility that it's undetermined? They can't tell exactly what happened to her, or does that seem unlikely? Because if it was undetermined, why not release that information unless they believe this would cause an uproar? You know, how could you not know what happened? You know, obviously there's a number of reasons why that could be, and please elaborate on them. But do you think it's maybe unlikely that the cause of death, the manner of death, is undetermined?
It's a possibility. You have 5 manners of death to choose from: natural, accidental, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. Those are the 5 manners of death. And so when you get to undetermined, it means that all of the other manners of death are equally likely, and you cannot make a determination. And so again, the state that her body was in is going to be very, very important. If there are any organs that they can look at, can they look at her liver? Can they look at her kidneys? Are her eyes and
Look at her. I mean, whoever took that photo, oh, this is from her Facebook. She looks sad.
intact enough to be able to pull vitreous out, to be able to determine if there's any, blood or a chemical that's in her system that has kind of been able to be maintained in that vitreous fluid? What other things are present? And so what I hear when I'm reading all of this and I'm hearing all these different reports, they know something and they are trying to put the pieces of the puzzle together for a clearer picture.
What did you make of that response from the chief medical examiner regarding the security hold? My interpretation is there's a bit of resistance here, right? There's a bit of resistance. And that was a statement to make there. What'd you make of that?
So I think he's frustrated. I think he's saying, I want to release this information, but they're telling me that I cannot do it. I think he just really wants his hands out of it, because once they make their determination and it goes to court, he can talk about his findings and explain everything. But I'm sure his office is getting railed with the number of phone calls, requests that are coming in from the media outlets, the community outcry from all of this. So I think it's probably more of a resistance, like, please let us go ahead and release this so that we can get back to all of the thousands of other cases that we have coming through that office.
The line, to empower people to make changes that save lives, does that indicate something about what might have happened to Celeste?
Here's what I take from that. This girl was, and not that she deserved to die, so I am not saying that. You have a 15-year-old with a history of running away. You have a 15-year-old who maybe was getting into some trouble, and maybe they want to release information that will be a cautionary tale to some of the other children in that area who may be runaways, who may be rebelling against their parents or the homes that they're growing up in. So maybe that's what he means. But what I took from his statement was that he wants the public to know what happened, but he also has to follow the court order. So I certainly don't feel like he's trying to be combative in his response, but he certainly wants to release the information.
And based on everything that's come out now, at this point in time, does it seem to you that Celeste was murdered?
This is smelling a lot like a homicide. It's smelling a lot like a homicide.
Bean Baby, which video? You're talking about the one on the 4th of July, the one where they're eating, or she's eating tacos in the bathroom?
It does not seem like a natural death. Could it be accidental? Sure. Could it be self-inflicted? Sure. But it's smelling a lot like a homicide.
You know, it was reported that LAPD may be considering David a suspect and that there is potentially a second suspect as well. TMZ reporting about this trip that the singer allegedly
go
took
back
to a
and take a
remote
look at it.
area in Santa Barbara in the spring. And you had an LAPD official not authorized to speak publicly about the investigation, but apparently told NBC4 Investigates that Celeste potentially died in the spring. What do you make of that potential time of death?
We're going to watch that right
and
after.
what do you make of who potentially could be involved in disposing of her body in whatever way her body was ultimately disposed of?
So if her last known moments are to be in the spring, then it would make a whole lot of sense that her body was preserved to the point that they had a smelling, rotting body in a car decomposing. That would make a lot of sense. This is why I keep going back to this. Again, I know they said, oh, they've debunked this rumor. No, you really haven't, in my opinion, because all it takes is a person who can read through all of these different reports and all these different accounts. If she was there and all of a sudden she wasn't, where was she? The people who were with her should know where she was, and they should be able to give an account as to where she may have been. Was he hiding her out? Did something happen? He's with another person on this trip. Was it just him and Celeste? Who were the people who last saw Celeste alive?
And I think it was on the Two Angry Men podcast with Mark Garagos and Harvey Levin. They did mention that, you know, obviously Santa Barbara holds a lot of significance, and I forget which episode it was, but I think they were saying that some lawyer was saying that that is where they believe Celeste may have died. Obviously they were able to triangulate multiple people being in the same vicinity by utilizing Tesla footage. Or maybe Tesla tracking, maybe not specifically footage, but Tesla tracking, social media posts, and I don't know. They also mentioned that there was one more piece of evidence that they utilized to track them, but they didn't mention what it was, and I feel like that was a very important piece that they knew. And I'm very curious to know what that other piece of evidence could have been. Because Mark Garagos was saying that what they used was very, very important, but didn't speak on it.
And it's going to take people knocking on doors, asking questions, and trying to appeal to their human nature to
Very
say,
true.
what happened to this 15-year-old kid?
14-year-old.
She's not a young adult at this point. She is a child who is around adults who may have wanted to do her harm for whatever the reasons may be.
Here's the million-dollar question. How long does this court order last, if you know, in your experience? Because here's the bottom question. When do you think we will all get answers as to the cause and manner of death? When will that be released? How long will the court order be in place for? Will there be an arrest first and then it be lifted? In your experience, what can we anticipate there?
In my experience, usually there's an arrest and then they release information. So it's one of those things where they want to have all of their ducks in a row and then share with the public how they came to make the arrest that they made, which makes a lot of sense from an investigative standpoint. But from a public interest standpoint, it's like, you know, who may have done this to her? And is there cause for community concern? Is there someone going around snatching 15-year-olds who may have a little bit of trouble in their past, luring them away from their homes or luring them away from whatever safe place they're in and killing them? So I think there is a definite reason for public interest in this case outside of just the sensationalism that you have a wealthy, you know, star singer who may have been involved in this. But what other information does the public need to know? And is this something that can be used as a cautionary tale for students who may be in the same situation?
I ask every guest this, and I hope you can provide some light on it as well. Is Celeste's family going to be notified first about cause and manner of death before anybody else? I know this is a sensitive investigation, but given how high profile this is, how many...
I think we all know what the answer is, right? The answer is no, because the files have been sealed.
Different theories there are. Should they be notified? Do they think they have the information right now? What would you think best practices are?
Well, Magdizzle, you said she's the only victim, in my opinion. I believe that Celeste was the only person that may have lost her life. However, I am of the strong belief that there are still more victims out there.
To me, the family should know first. In my investigations, before I do a press conference, before I do a news release, I sit down and I talk with that family, whether it's via phone, whether it's in person. I always speak to them and say, hey, here's the cause of death. Here's the manner of death. Here's the information that I'm going to release to the media. I want to give you a heads up that these are the things that will be said so that you are hearing them firsthand from me and not from a media outlet. And to me, that gives respect not only to the decedent, the person who's died, but also to the family and the grief that they are having to endure.
Dr. Nita Rutherford, I really appreciate you, and I really appreciate you coming on. Thank you so much for giving your perspective on this as we try to navigate what is true, what are the answers, what can we expect. This is a unique case. I mean, there's whiplash right now, back and forth, and my thoughts, my prayers are with the family right now. This is a very difficult journey for them to navigate. But thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you so much.
All right, so we have another video to share. Some of you guys asked to bring this video up. This is the video of Sakura at David's house, or David on Sakura's stream. This is Sakura's stream. So actually, before we do that, let's bring this up really quick, because you gotta have a little bit of context to kind of understand what we're about to dive into. Turn this off. And where's Innocent Killer? Is Innocent Killer here? Is she in the chat? I've seen one of her comments earlier on the stream, on Asia's stream. Let's see. I'm trying to find the point. Oh no, we're not gonna play that. No. Here, we'll just kind of take it back to here.
What is happening with this light in my room? Oh, nope.
So for those of you guys that are not aware, Asia Collins has recently returned to streaming, and she has, I guess she's been streaming on Twitch, or she came and did one stream. And she returned for the very first time. Yes, Storm, I immediately got blocked when I left a comment in her chat. But our good friend right over here, Mark the Shark, was still in her chat from beginning to end. Are any of you guys on Twitch? Any of you guys watch Twitch? I've been thinking about streaming on Twitch as well. I do have a profile, so you guys should follow. Well, let's see. She returned to streaming. She went to review the new album that A$AP Rocky dropped. And one thing was really clear during her stream is that she was not going to entertain any questions regarding the case, right? Many have seen it as a poor gesture, bad timing, absolutely no reason for her to return to streaming, right? And not to address the elephant in the room. I think what she really should have done was just kind of waited, right? Or if not wait, at least address the elephant in the room the moment your stream starts. So then that way people can understand. Because at this point, people have no idea if she was involved, if she testified and ratted. Some people are even, Sloan, for that matter, has said it with his chest that Asia was the female suspect who, well, not suspect, the female who refused to testify in court. And that would make her the same person that has the same attorneys as Rob Morgan Roth Jr. So I just think for her to come online and to have, it's crazy, right? She came on Twitch and she had about 37 streamers, right? And this is somebody who's got thousands of followers on social media. And here we are at almost midnight in Los Angeles and even later in other parts of the world. And we got about 63 people watching right now. So I don't know if it was worth it, right? Let's see if we can just kind of cut to the part where she addresses everything.
I'm I'm gonna move this shit up here for now. Yeah. Oh, ow, fuck! I just hit my fucking kneecap. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. I'm overstimulated. The fuck? Bro, why do people keep bringing up Marlon, bro? That was so long ago.
We got sound effects too.
Marlon and Yana? What about it? Guys, I'm confused. Marlon and Yana. Bro, that's none of my business. Why do y'all want me to speak about stuff so bad? Whatever happens, literally none of my business. I'm sure Yana's cool as fuck, and Marlon, for the couple times I've met him, also cool as fuck. Shit, y'all stay bullying people. I think.
All right,
okay,
let's see.
Parasocialness needs to die down. Okay, y'all are so parasocial. I'm gonna be honest. Okay, I'm gonna spit some facts. Y'all need to be able to recognize certain behaviors online and be like,
let them know.
oh, okay,
Speak
whatever,
on it.
and just keep it to yourself. You know what I mean? Like, I can tell you something right now. There's a good amount of streamers, creators, all this stuff that I have been around that are the worst people ever. Like,
There you go.
the meanest people, rudest, for no reason. Like, there's so many creators that are so fucking mean, and y'all be attacking like people that are really nice. Like, I don't know Yana. I've never met her, but I bet she's a sweetheart. I've met Marlon a couple times. Streamed with him once. He was really nice. So it's like, y'all just be attacking people. Like, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on though. So leave me out of it, please. It's not my business. But like, why don't y'all pick on the people that are actually fucking mean?
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. For a second, the first time I saw this clip, I thought she was saying you should focus on the people that are actually fucking me. That's exactly what I thought. But now after hearing this, probably for a third or fourth time, she's saying, why don't you guys actually pay attention to the people who are actually fucking mean, not fucking me. So my mistake for my misunderstanding.
Why don't y'all pick on the people that are actually fucking mean? Like, oh God. Sometimes I gotta bite my tongue from saying shit, because I really wish I could just like, I wish I could come on here and tell y'all who's like actually a bitch and who's actually like really fucking mean. You know what? Fuck it. Nah, I can't.
She belongs to the streets.
But like, also, fuck it. I don't even want to say it because I feel bad. Like, I never, like, even when someone is mean, I still don't want to like drag them. You know what I mean? Because then I feel bad, because now I feel like I'm ruining like your work. Like when okay, for instance, like, I'm afraid if I say someone's name, then everyone's gonna think they're like a horrible person. And even though they were horrible to me and other people around them, I still don't want to drag them. That's just the kind of person I am. I don't like talking shit about people. But if you want me to be honest, Sakura is a mean girl. Sorry. It's facts. Sometimes I really don't know how she has a platform. I understand her sister. Her sister's probably cool as fuck. But like, certain people that are like mean in the streaming industry, I'll never understand it because why even be mean to anybody? She's mean. And for anyone who's like, oh, how would you know?
It's a good point, Dubs.
To put it short. But anyways, let's get into the music because I don't even like talking about people, bro. Just like,
oh yeah, she doesn't.
you know, like I never fucked with bullying or anything like that growing up, so don't go and like bully her or anything, but I just don't think certain people should have a platform.
Tell me this is getting to you without telling me this is getting to you, right? That's the vibe that I get.
Let me see. What? No, I'm not going to talk about anyone else. Don't start asking about anyone else. I'm not going to. I named one person. I'm not going to name more. But listen, if you see that I used to hang out with someone and I don't hang out with them anymore, it is because I protect my peace. I really do value my peace. I got my close friends.
I don't even understand what that means. I mean, I know what it means, but what does that mean coming from her? Because it doesn't mean anything.
And that's it. And a lot of my close friends aren't on social media, so you guys aren't going to always see me with people, you know?
Yvonne, what's up, Yvonne?
Friends,
welcome.
My family, and God. And that's all I care about. And that's it. Which is why I'm not talking about no one else. Just not needed. But seriously, stop being parasocial and stop bullying people online. You don't know anybody. You really don't. And you don't know what goes behind, like, all the scenes. You just don't. But yeah, this is my top songs of 2025.
Nobody cares. All right, that was Asia's. Yeah, that was her Twitch. That was her return with 37 viewers. And then she went on and blocked and banned like north of 20 people. Hey, David is guilty. Is this you in the in her chat? Right there? Jake loves Jesus. That was you, huh? All right, so that was her stream. Her first live since I guess all of this happened. I guess she said 5 months. Let's kind of go back and revisit a video that we played a few times on our lives, but this is on 4th of July when the four of them were getting ready for 4th of July to attend a FaZe Clan party for 4th of July. There's a video of, actually there's 5 of them because who you don't see enough in this video is Celeste Herrera, which is Asia's other friend. So, and you know, actually Asia is actually another person who is dead silent on this case. Yeah, I honestly thought it was our Jake too. But I don't know. Maybe you'll say if it is or it wasn't.
Really cute. Did you guys?
And here we have a young 20-year-old David twerking in the camera, and his good friend Neo watching him in the reflection of the shower, while we have Sakura over here eating tacos
You know that me and Dave
in the bathroom.
are actually related.
My second cousin.
Yeah.
Me and Asia go to like the same family functions, like we go on road trips, like she's in my backseat type.
I told you, Max, she was eating tacos in the bathroom. You didn't believe me? You didn't believe me? Disgusting, huh? Just listen to the conversations they have about being in the bathroom too.
Low key,
Backseat.
I'll be there too, bro. Some driving. You're driving. I'm listening inside. I did. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't see you were driving too. I was like, there's no driving there. Well,
Are you done?
yeah.
He was a fairy. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Fairy. I have to take one piss before we leave.
Yeah.
Is that David? No. No.
Oh, David said it was me, but don't tell Asia. Oh, you didn't get banned, huh? All right. Well, Asia's never gonna see this. And if you do, and you want a platform to come and speak on, Asia, just know that you can come here, you know, and speak on it. There'll probably be more viewers to watch. So, you know, if you ever want a place to kind of speak your mind, or if you're ready to, you know, speak out, just know that you have a platform that you can come to.
Who's that? Let me know when I call over. What was that reaction?
No.
Let me go over. Oh, dude, it's so
I
tragic.
want you to go under like an alias and make a whole different like genre of music to see if you can blow up again.
I'll be a rapper. Freaking.
Your rapper name? Big D. Big D's good. That's what I'm saying. Big D. Yeah.
I just realized that Neo's actually singing one of his songs. It's a song by Brian. What is it? What's his name? Bryant Barnes. Did I get the right name? It's a collab that he did with David.
Like it or not?
You.
Like it or not? Why is Keanu Reeves singing?
Yes.
Keanu Reeves, you? I guess. I can't. Well, I can try.
Mac Dizzle said, doesn't that girl look like she's been through it from this live to her live? Yeah, it's kind of sad, right? I don't know. Shadow the Hedgehog necklace. This little chain right here.
You know, oil farming low key?
It's crazy. David's drinking alcohol. I mean, whatever. I'm sure a lot of people drank alcohol, you know, before they turned 21. But I mean, he's clearly displaying it.
Am I? Got a water. Got a lot of water. That's not water. Got a lot of water. So much water. That's not. There's water. We fill it with water.
I'm assuming that's where the toilet is too, right? And they had the door open the entire time. And so if we take a look here, this has got to be the mansion house on 1368. And if you take a look at the bathroom here, it does look like there's a lot of products on here. There's is that a Cutwater drink? Is that what it's called? Cutwater? Looks like they have some feminine products in the back, some shaving cream, somebody's toothbrush, and a whole bunch of clothes on the floor. So, I mean, I don't know. It looks like some people were living there.
A little bit of water.
Okay.
Those are mine. No, wait, Celeste.
And they were telling Celeste Herrera not to come into the video. It's crazy. I'm curious why they didn't want her to show up. Oh, yeah. Of course. Let me turn myself off. Hold on. Here you go. There you go.
That's water.
Storm said, you want to see the side of Neo's jacket. Okay, on the right side, he has an Interscope logo. So I don't know if that's actually his jacket or if that's a jacket that belonged to David, which is really weird.
Water. What is this?
My D4. Can you put that in the bag?
You got drugs? Oh, wait, I actually have my pills from here. Can you put this in the bag too? Well, you don't mind. I have a lot of pills. Can you put... Yeah.
How's his nails cream?
Well, you don't mind. I have a lot of pills. Can you put... Yeah.
Makes me wonder what they're referring to, right? Because Sakura asked Neo to hold on to her pills, which were the Dayquil. He joked about it, said pills. And then David said, I have to put my pills in there too. Is that okay? And then the look that Sakura gives David and asks the same question. She says it again, right? She says pills, and I'm assuming she's referring to maybe ecstasy pills, right? And you can hear him. He says, yeah.
Back to it? Well, you don't mind. You put. Yeah.
How's his nails curling back?
She says, pills? And he says, yeah. And then she proceeds to say, it doesn't matter. Neo's carrying the bag anyways.
Well, you don't mind. You put. Yeah.
How's his nails curling back?
Fuck you, bro. I'm looking at your packing, bro. Go fuck yourself. I don't even get paid, guys. I'm not even getting paid for this bullshit, bro. Fuck this, bro. Fuck all y'all, dead ass.
Oh. Nah. Do we make up? Yeah.
Yeah, you're right, Bean Baby. You did send this video to me a long time ago, along with another video of the FaZe Clan and them potentially making a joke about a stinky bathroom. So I'm curious if that video holds any weight too.
Oh, yeah, I apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit there like 2 hours ago.
I don't care.
Okay, listen to this, right? David makes a silly comment and a joke about a stinking bathroom, which, you know, people are still trying to understand why make a snarky comment about them being in the bathroom.
Yeah.
ABC. Oh, yeah, I apologize in advance for the way my bathroom smelled. I took a shit there like 2 hours ago.
I don't care. I just took a shit in there.
And Sakura admits to just taking a shit in there too. Good for you, Sakura.
Alright, shit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Dap me up. Dap me up. We both took shits.
Look at my wall. We're still not dressed, Waffle says. Guys, we're about to leave soon.
Everybody is dressed.
We're all chilling, bro. We gotta go.
There's no light.
We gotta go. We gotta go.
Is that a Labubu she got there? I wonder if those are one of the Labubus that David was throwing out.
Asia slaying with that belly button ring. Hey!
Hey, one funny away.
Are you just walking?
It's funny though, because on stream, you know, you can't even tell that they probably don't like each other, or maybe they were still friends at this point. I'm very curious what the turning point was where they no longer fucked with each other. Yeah, Neo definitely looks like he's on one, right? Or is it just me?
You're not walking anything over it?
Belly button watcher?
Probably.
He's a belly button watcher. That's crazy.
We're so glad that you healed up, though.
You might need to put it on once we get there. Like maybe after, because I thought.
How far is the face?
Maybe. Oh wait, what? I think you just need to plug it in first.
No, come in. You gotta show your face. You gotta show your face.
And this person right here is Celeste Herrera, the other decoy. And if you go to her Instagram, it says the other Celeste.
Is this too much? Is that, okay, you saw Glitz, is that too much for a FaZe party? 4th of July like that?
Never too much.
Never too much.
Rockstar, never too much.
What did they say? What they say?
They said no.
Okay, thank you guys.
Never too much. I'm about to buy my tickets too. Swamp is on. Once we get there,
Sorry, on her Instagram, it says different Celeste, not the other Celeste. Different Celeste. Yeah, Cat's here. I definitely think Neo is the plug.
I'm about to buy my tickets.
That's what I've been saying since day one. I do believe that Neo is the plug. Allegedly.
One.
Oh, they said you fine. Oh.
That's my dad's favorite song.
For free? David will do a lot for free.
I do a lot for free too, man.
Why are you grabbing my shoulders when you say that?
Yeah.
Do a lot for free.
What?
You want me to do it?
What is it?
Look sexy.
Oh. I mean, hey, we should bring that girl from last night. Yo. Cool.
All right, bro, I gotta either shave again or let the goatee grow back out because I'm looking kind of crazy right now, son. I don't like the way I look right now. I look crazy. Oh, sorry.
And that was Celeste Herrera.
I look crazy.
And you can tell, I mean, obviously, That's her, but she has also got that Hello Kitty tattoo here. They were also saying that at one point, Celeste Rivas also wanted to get similar tattoos. And in fact, she wanted to get the same tattoos that Celeste had. So this one right here, and also the one that Celeste had on the back of her neck. So I forget where I read that, but when I read that, that kind of blew my mind, and it made me wonder, was there a level of coercion or obviously grooming to make her want to get these tattoos? Or did David hype this Celeste up to little Celeste as, you know, someone that she would want to grow up to be like?
Sorry.
Excuse me.
Look at that sexy boy right there.
Look at that sexy duo right here.
Look at that sexy man right there.
Twin him, bro.
Sexy man right there.
I'm David's one and only Asian, bro. No one else, just me and David. What? I'm the only Asian for him.
Get the Cardi boys outside.
Oh, you squished my.
Oh, we're okay. We're okay.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, sweetheart. Anybody want a PS5? We're giving away a PS5 on Secure Stream. We're giving away a PS5. Anybody want a PS5? We're giving away a PS5 on Secure Stream.
It's mine.
So all you gotta do is like, follow, subscribe, and sub for 3 months. To give 25 subs, you get a PS5.
Guys, let's peep this candle right here. Look at this fucking candle, bro. Look at this.
Such a random thing to have burning inside of a house, for whatever reason, right?
What are we doing, bro? Hold up. Can I flip the screen here? Is there anything leaking? Okay.
And then that random weird comment that came from Neo, depending on how you hear it and, you know, what your take is, could mean totally different, right? Could be make sure nothing is being exposed so then they won't know who or where we're at. Or maybe it has another meaning to it. Who knows?
What are we doing, bro? Hold up. Can I flip the screen here? Is there anything leaking? Okay.
Is there anything leaking? And you know what's funny? I noticed that their TV is on 2 chairs. Look at that. How crazy is that? They couldn't even put the TV on like a stand or mount it up on the wall. And look, and if you look here in the back, it looks like there's already a TV mounted on the wall behind it. So I'm curious, what's with the need for 2 TVs?
I'm doxing you. Where the address is 420 Street.
Whoa!
420 Street. Apartment number 6969.
Are you ready?
Are you looking the address?
I mean,
Yeah, when we get in the car, just cover the camera. Don't tell you.
yeah.
I'm saying she's a gold digger.
I ain't saying shit.
Okay. Yeah. I do want to show, let me see what this is. Okay, that's Cassandra, but I do want to show you guys another photo that I do want to read. Because we're talking about Neo and the plug and all that stuff, I do want to show you another post that was on the Reddits very, very long time ago. And it's no longer there, but we just kind of open this up really quick. I'm going to have to rearrange it though, so then that way we can see it. Just make it smaller, so then that way. And for some reason, there's more to this post, but unfortunately, I could never find it, so I'll read it. God, I don't know if I can see it now. I have to get closer. So admission or anything like that, just something that's been eating me since I saw the new stuff come out about this case. I'm a DJ. I work mostly at clubs, travel around when gigs line up. Around December 2024, I had a few shows in downtown LA for the holidays and ended up staying there for a couple of months. One of the clubs I worked at is kinda hidden, speakeasy, mostly Asian crowd on certain nights. There were another DJ and There's another DJ I know introduced me to this Asian guy. I'll just call him N. and wasn't a DJ, just someone who seemed to know a lot of people. For the first time I met him, he was solo, chill, kind of quiet. Second time he came through with a few people, small group, maybe about 3 to 4 in total. One of them stood out, this flamboyant dude with painted nails and a scully and fur slides. I remember, okay, fur slides, really now. That's odd. I'm trying to get this thing to move. Anyways, had first lies. I remember he had an actual lock chain around his neck, which was kind of wild. Nothing super noteworthy other than his fashion choices. They were with 2 females. I wonder which ones. Oh, Coco, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, here on this channel we do deep dives. You know, not a lot of people go on and go into deep dives like we do here on this channel. So thank you so much for being here. And sorry it's late. Anyways, it says, but thank you, Coco's mom. Appreciate you. I know it's super late where you're at. We crossed paths a few times more, just club stuff. The last time I saw N, he asked me if I knew where to get some X and perks. So ecstasy and Percocets, right? I gave him the number for a plug I usually hit up when I'm in town. Never had issues with him before, so I didn't think twice. A few months later, around May 2025, I started hearing that the same plug's name come up in conversation with some fake pill situation. One person survived an OD. Hold on, let me try to move this. For some reason, my OBS isn't allowing it to move. Okay, there you go. A few months later, around 2025, I started hearing that the same name plug came up in conversation with some fake pill situation. One person survived an OD, another didn't. Turns out it was fentanyl-laced stuff. At the time I reached out to N, no answer, but I seen him post to his Snap a day or so later, so I brushed it off and didn't think about it again, since he was the only one I ever had referred. But after seeing the new, and that's all that I have. But this post went on Reddit and was immediately taken down. There was definitely more to this story, and I never saw it come back. But it's very weird that this person dropped a person whose name started with an N. Obviously, he's, you know, saving their identity for whatever purposes. But what do you guys think? You know, a few minutes ago, we were just talking in the chat about somebody potentially being the plug. And if that's the case, you know, maybe he does have a level of responsibility. Before, during, and after is what TMZ said this person had, right? So there's very much a possibility that our guy, Neo, the person who has been tight-lipped on this entire case, you know, may have some responsibility in all of this. But what responsibility, some of us will probably never know until this goes to court. What do you guys think? Let me catch up on the chat. If Sakura was involved, I don't think Asia would be putting her down. She sure ain't spoke against David or Neo. I could have sworn he mentions it on there. That would explain the candle, but never mind. I guess maybe a light bulb went out or something in there. Oh yeah, I forgot we were looking for that. I didn't see anything, or I didn't hear anything. Did you guys hear anything? Sakura is definitely involved in my eyes. He's letting it consume his life. Yeah, absolutely. Takes over my life at all. It's taken over. Yeah, cut with that Fenty. I don't know how to explain it. Sakura being there just throwing me off big time. Yeah, it is kind of weird, right? Knowing the fact that she was with Jason the Ween. I don't know when it was that they broke up, but there definitely is, I don't know, maybe there is a level of involvement. Asia is, you know, trying to hint at us that Sakura is a mean girl. But for what reasons, I don't know. Maybe we'll just have to wait and see. Obviously, a few people are getting very frustrated with the whole thing. And while we're here, let me just bring this up because this is actually something new that was just posted not too long ago. SF Investigates came out. Oh, is this new? What's going on here? Tonight is the night premiere of Jesse Weber live on the... Hold on. Is there something new? You guys tell me. Let's see. Tonight is the night premiere of Jesse Weber live on News Nation. Even interviews with him. Has a new nightly show premiering. Oh, I don't know if he has anything. Got me all excited. I thought he was Who is FaZe? FaZe Clan is a group of people who were like professional video game players, and they became very popular in the teenage household because, you know, they became very popular for just playing video games. Oh, let me see. Hold on.
Contributor.
News Nation does have a new video. It's not very long. Let's go ahead and check this out. We've got Lauren Conlin on here. So Lauren Conlin's from LA Magazine, a company that's also owned by Mark Garagos from the Two Angry Men podcast. Let's go ahead and check it out. I know this is a topic that we talked about in one of our last lives too.
Host of the Outlier podcast, who's been covering this story since the start. Again, it's massive. Lauren, thank you so much for coming on. What do you take away from this video? Why is it important to you?
Well, Jesse, I was watching this video and, you know, at first I didn't see anything truly wrong with it. And then I decided to call one of the schools. I called an art school in Philadelphia that he was standing in front of, and I spoke to a faculty member, and I asked them, did David or his team, did they have permission to be here? Did they coordinate with the school to put up safeguards for the kids that were communicating with him? What's going on? And the faculty member told me, no. I remember this specifically because students saw a post on social media that David would be around the school giving away SZA tickets through this scavenger hunt type of thing. And essentially what he was doing is kind of loitering next to the school. And I think you kind of said it best. I mean, my mom told me you stay away from the creepy losers who aren't in high school who hang around the high schools. I mean,
and the reason it's important is because although he hasn't been charged, the biggest question that I get asked about this is what was his access to Celeste? Where was she? Because she disappeared before her body was found. I mean, was this video not seen by his camp? Do you know why it was out there?
Well, his camp is actually in this video.
The managers.
Oh, yeah. And what's kind of shocking to me is that Interscope is huge, and they seem to be doing this almost grassroots marketing campaign or something like that. And look, I'm still digging into this, but I've found 2 or 3 more videos.
All right, I'm going to stop right here. Do me a favor, you guys. We're at 689 subscribers. If you guys like the content that I'm putting out, do me a favor, hit the subscribe, you guys. We're on the road to 700. So that'd be cool if we can get there sometime soon. And then obviously the next milestone would be 1,000 subs. But, you know, we'll get to that when we get there. But if you guys like the content, do me a favor, hit the like button, hit the subscribe. Help me get this video out into the algorithm, you guys.
With about 3 other schools that I can identify. And at one point, David is kind of saying, oh, these kids they're getting right on the bus. They're not even coming over here to talk to me. And it's just, you know, it's strange.
Who said -13? Dear Lord. Where is it -13? Oh, hell no. That's cold. No, we would die in LA if that happened out here.
But it's like you said, we are examining this because the body of a 14-year-old girl was found decomposing, dismembered, allegedly, in his trunk.
And there's allegations of grooming. Real quick, 20 seconds, what would be the advice you have for parents
There you
in
go,
celebrity
Mac.
culture as we're talking about this?
Help a brother out.
I mean, at this point, parents, they need to be involved in their children's lives, and they need to be communicating with the schools. And again, the
Michigan,
schools
yikes.
need to be aware of stuff like this. There needs to be safeguards in place, because this right here, a celebrity talking to impressionable kids with their phones, exchanging numbers and social media, who knows what could happen.
And reportedly, a grand jury is hearing evidence. We might have more updates in the next month. Lauren Conlon, great seeing you. Thanks for coming on.
Thanks, Jesse.
Thank you.
Okay, Cuomo. I thought that was going to be something longer. Sorry, you guys. I thought that was longer. Let me see if News Nation has anything longer. I don't see anything new regarding David. No, the newest thing was what we just watched. Okay, so we'll turn to this right here, right? So SF Investigates posted this 8 hours ago for the video that we just watched. He also said that he's gone back, still beefing it with Bullhorn Betty. But where is it? Okay, so I think it's this one right over here. So SF Investigates put out a post on January 15th. It's currently the 20th now, so about 5 days ago. Said, today is January 15th, 2026, and still no one has been charged or even officially named as a suspect for harboring a minor, contributing to the delinquency of a minor, filing a false police report. And I'm curious what he means by filing a false police report. Could he be insinuating that maybe David actually reported his car as missing? I don't know. Very weird, because this is the first time that I'm hearing the falsification of a police report. So I'm very curious what exactly he is referring to. Committing sex crimes against a minor. Also insinuating that there is maybe potential proof that David and Celeste were in a sexual relationship, which is also brand new, right? I mean, all of us have, insinuated that there was a sexual relationship, but nothing as hard proof. And obviously we don't want to see any of that stuff, because that would contribute to being in possession of CP. But I feel like he knows a lot more than, and this is true. SF Investigates, right? He tends to do this a lot. And he may even want to clarify what he stated in a later tweet. Concealing a body, homicide, or acting as an accessory to any of these crimes in connection with the death of Celeste Rivas Hernandez. At this point, it can't even be called a case. Hashtag Celeste Rivas Hernandez. Hashtag fail. I'm very curious what he's responded to. Said, have you been noticing this happening in multiple cases in all states in regards to LE not responding or getting warrants? He said, this one feels different. Something seems very off. In parentheses, he put stating the obvious. I'm not feeling good about things. Hey, our girl Nini's here. Or at least in the comments. Let's see if he responds to anything else. What is this? David's career in jeopardy as prosecutors gear up for murder charges. Okay, we're going to click on this and hopefully it's not something crazy. So this is on the Daily Jang. I don't know what website this is, but it says David could be indicted by a grand jury. Oh, when was this posted first? Does it have a date? No. Okay, so it says here, David could be indicted by a grand jury in Celeste Rivas's death almost 4 months after her body was discovered. David has been a focal point in the investigation of Celeste Rivas's death, whose body was found in a trunk of a Tesla registered under the singer's name. Her body was discovered. Okay, hold on. Let's see if there's anything new. Amid the intense scrutiny, David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, has seemingly been dropped from his label, Darkroom Records. That hasn't been confirmed. Fans noticed that the romantic homicide singer was not in the updated list of artists under the record, fueling speculation that this label is distancing itself from David amid the criminal probe. David's career has taken a backseat as authorities investigate the death of Celeste, with the singer also canceling his world tour a week after the teen's body was discovered. His track, What Are You Waiting For?, which had appeared on the in-game playlist, was also quietly removed from Madden NFL 26. While there is no official announcement from Darkroom Records, netizens, I'm assuming they're referring to the people of Reddit, are speculating that the label might be distancing itself due to legal risks. As of January 2026, no official charges against David have been made. Prosecutors in the Los Angeles County are presenting evidence to a grand jury that now has the authority to decide whether to return an indictment. And maybe they're just waiting for February, where the rest of the witnesses are going to testify for them to serve an indictment. Several witnesses have already testified, and legal sources shared that prosecutors believe there is enough evidence to pursue murder charges in connection with her death. Reporting from multiple outlets indicates the panel hearing testimony is expected to act as an indicting grand jury, meaning it could vote to charge David in the coming weeks. Notably, the Darkroom Records listed artists include Billie Eilish, Sam Sultan, Stromae, and the rest. Well, tomorrow or later, it's going to be Tuesday. TMZ normally likes to put articles out on a Tuesday regarding this case. So I'm very curious if tomorrow we're going to get something big. I don't know. What else do we have? Let's see. LA Magazine, Lauren Conlon. Let's go ahead and watch this video because actually, let's watch this one. Hold on, let me look for it really quick. Where is it? Is the video no longer up? Okay, hold on. So, Lauren Conlon was talking about a video where David went to high school. So we'll go ahead and watch this, and after this video, we'll have our last thoughts in the chat, and I'll probably call it a night. All right, guys. So this is the video. It says David almost gets maced in Baltimore again. Another event taking place in Baltimore.
About to give out free center tickets to a high school. Kids are super smart. Apparently, the past 5 schools been like these artsy schools that got like super cool electives and whatnot. That's my fans, I guess.
They better fight.
I ain't gonna lie. Me and that. Know what I'm saying? Make sure you me on the ground. One little whale.
MacDizzle T9V, what's up? Welcome.
If they start fighting, the police gonna start making.
Oh, you guys, look at that. We are at 691 subs. We are 9 away from 700. Who's lurking in the chat that hasn't subscribed? Hit the subscribe button, y'all. Ouch. Okay, so this is in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. The other video that we saw, or a few seconds ago, was in Baltimore.
I will run into the street right now. What's
Hi, we love you. In the back of my mind, you died, and I didn't even
Okay, so they're having a talent show now. Okay.
Not a single tear. Save your tears, it'll be okay.
Hey, she can actually sing though. She can hold the note.
It'll be okay. And I know that you're here
The realist K. Who's that?
with me. You pointed to him.
Hey, shout out to that little girl. She can sing. It's sad. I'm not gonna lie. Right? There are a few songs that I have listened to David, that I have listened to of David that I actually do like, and it's so sad that he's allegedly done this. But I'm someone that can separate the artist from the music, and I can appreciate, his ability to sing in some of his songs while not condoning anything or not condoning any of his actions.
Go, that's you. That's like it was. Like, I know what you're talking about. That's you. Oh my god.
Oh, look, another Tesla. That's crazy. This guy's got something for Teslas. Oh god, we're at 693, y'all. Yeah, I do got a live count that I'm watching. So we're on the road to 700. I'm not going to beg you guys for a sub, but if you guys do like the content, subscribe to the channel and then hit that the bell notification so you can be updated and alerted anytime that we go live, because we like to do late night lives and stuff. Look at that, he's shorter than all the girls.
How you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. How y'all doing? Y'all already know what the vibes are. So basically, it's a scavenger hunt for 2 free tickets tonight. You get 2 tickets if you find them. Oh,
I'm curious if you can actually thank you, Coco Mom. Appreciate that. Can anybody scan that QR code?
Thank you.
Does it take you anywhere? Hold on, I want to try. Let me see. Probably won't be able to because his hand's in the way. Nope. 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 Not working for me. Nope. It's okay. I don't want to go to that website anyways. Thank you, Justice Jane. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Scorpion said, I feel bad for all the teens who had no idea they now are seen on SM signing lyrics related to a teen it really happened to. Yeah, it's super sad. And I'll show you a song that David is Guilty in the chat was talking about, a song called Drink and Drive. This is and then I'll show you another video. I have another video.
y'all like this music?
Yeah,
I don't want to give these to no non-fame. Imagine you got a hate Twitter page.
And thank you, Justice. We appreciate you.
Yeah, I was like the one that like started, I guess, like the whole thing. Me and my friend, but my friend is like not here at the moment.
David is actually like 5'2", I think. Somebody can fact check that, but if I'm not mistaken, Celeste was actually taller than him. Celeste was 5'3".
Yeah, they're inside.
I was about to say sorry for your loss.
Oh. They're not dead. They're not dead. They probably want to be, but like, I don't take it anymore.
Okay, so here's Morgan Roth selling a Tommy merch to some of the teens. Maybe he's just giving them out for free. There was a Tommy shirt for her.
So you're an artist?
No, she is. She made the music. She makes the music.
Oh, and that looks like Lane. Is that? Wait, hold on.
But like, I don't take it anymore.
Is that Lane? Or is that just another student? No, that's got to be Lane, right? No, maybe that's a student.
So you're an artist?
No, she is. She made the music.
Nope, that's Lane Cooperstein right next to her hubby. Okay. Confirmed.
She makes the music.
I brought you the marker.
You did do that.
Not the invisible ink.
You did.
So what do you say? Wait, give me that.
Like indie, alternative, R&B, like a little bit of everything.
All right.
These are photos from the other night.
Yo, did you guys get the text?
Yeah, they're gone.
What is he doing asking them if they got the text? Lane Cooperstein. Lane Cooperstein is actually the general manager or the manager of Darkroom Records. I don't know if that's her. Or maybe that's another student.
They're like winners.
Bye.
Bye.
Good luck.
Thank you. So nice to meet you.
Not him, bro.
And that is Rob Morgan Roth's brother, the guitarist. This was, I want to say this was about 2 years ago. Yeah, 2 years ago. And this is on one of his other channels, David Gaming. So if you guys are into that, that's correct. That A. Oakley. She looks older than the students. But yeah, so for those of you guys that don't know, and it's not 100% confirmed, but there are photos that do show Lane and Rob Morgan Roth together in those photo booth photos, the black and white ones that were taken at the Fonda. So I don't know if I have any of those photos to show you guys, but there are some photos that show that they were together, at least holding each other. Damn, we're at 695 subs. That's crazy. We're 5 subs away from 700, you guys. That's crazy. That is crazy, y'all. I appreciate all of you guys that are subscribed and here hanging out. It's super late. It's almost 1 o'clock in the morning here in LA. Let me see. David lost now. Oh, we'll definitely check it out. And if you're out of here, why I oughta, thank you so much for stopping by. Justice Jane, you're way behind on this. Fizz Gig, Australia's in the house. What's up? How's it going? Thank you, thank you, thank you. But this is Rob Morgan Roth's brother.
Bro, I try every day, but I still haven't achieved himness. Just not.
And before we continue, I just have to throw it out there for any of you guys who are considering becoming a member. We do have a Discord where we talk about this case. We do deeper dives. We talk about some of the stuff that we can't talk about here. So if you do want to consider becoming a member, we do have affordable tiers that start at 99 cents. So we got tiers for all levels, but no pressure, you know. You guys can sit back and just watch any of the lives that I do. You know, let me work for it. So yeah, if you guys want to become a member, by all means, that's up to you guys. But your support matters and it means the world to me. So hope you guys are enjoying some of the stuff that I put out.
Can I borrow $1? No, bro. No. I don't know. No, I don't have no dollar. My bad. I don't have no dollar, My bro. bad. Leave me alone, bro. Leave me My alone.
Whoa!
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the
Look at David and his gold teeth. These grills.
The lake is very cool. He'd be looking at it. He'd be like this. I have to touch.
And if you guys take a look here, this person on the left, this is Josh Marshall. This is his manager, the one who lives in Florida.
He'd be looking at it. He'd be like this. I have to touch this throughout the show. I can't be like this. Yeah, I'll be taking the
That's Josh Marshall, so we know that he's there. I think this is still Philadelphia.
What is this, large? Yeah. I would change. You don't have large? Dave, don't start.
Don't start what, bro?
Don't start.
What are you gonna do?
The person holding behind the camera behind. This man here. He's the epitome of op. Next to
baby.
our sound guy, Ian.
Who's more of
ophthalmologist?
Ian?
He's commander of ops. We're about to go on stage. We're about to kill it. I'm the backup singer.
Okay, that's Josh Marshall. Again, the one who said that he had absolutely no involvement or no idea who Celeste was.
I'm the hype man.
You doing the backflip today?
I'm doing the backflip. Don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it, don't play with it.
Supposedly, right, David? Supposedly. And this gets flagged, we're just going to have to remove the audio from this video. Just heads up. But if you guys are here watching it now, you guys get to see it all.
Where did Robert go? Your car?
Referring to his manager.
It's in the streets of Toronto, married to the streets.
Oh, look at that. Hold on, what?
It's in the streets of Toronto.
Hold on. 1 second. Hold on, you guys. I have to look at something really quick. Hold on. I did not think that we would see this. Hold on. I'm just going to have to look it up. No, you've already looked. Okay, so this is an image. Maybe I can just open an image in the new tab. So this ring is clearly different. However, I need to take a look at something else. Let me cook. Oh, this is different too. Okay, so here, this was the other. Hold on, let me find it. Let me bring up another one. Wanted to kind of compare and see if they were the same rings. I'll pull it up. You guys be the judge. So there's this one as well. And we'll just kind of turn it on here. So let's go back. Where is it at? Hold on 1 second. So here, that's just kind of clearly a different ring, right? Hold on. I could have sworn that somebody else had this ring. Oh, I guess not. I thought Cassandra also had this ring on her. Cassandra Rose. Well, you can clearly see here that these two rings are different. They are not the same. So, I mean, it kind of looks like an engagement ring, but why does he have one on? Huh. Weird.
Married to the streets, fam. Like, it's a real wedding band, you feel me? Like, we're engaged to the streets now. Call Drake, tell him I'm one of the dogs now.
That's someone's real wedding ring. You just took it.
Don't leave your wedding rings in the parking lot. Tip, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, making a joke about it. Don't leave your wedding rings in the parking lot.
I'm pawning that as soon as we fall asleep.
About
Definitely too different.
Tickets to a high school. Kids are super smart. Apparently, the past 5 schools been like these artsy schools that got like super cool electives and whatnot. That's my fans, I guess.
Okay, so where are these schools from? Mustangs? What does it say here? I can't see.
But listen, you gotta do one
Mervo Mustangs.
thing for me. Why would you do that, Joe? You're
Where
definitely
my dog Knox at?
Hold on, let me catch up on the chat. What y'all talking about? That's a plain black no cluster. I don't even know what that means, but I'll take your word for it. I'm too old for him. He likes them younger with what? Celeste had a ring and David had a ring. Yeah, definitely. I do have a photo of David with a ring too. So hold on, I'll show you the photo that I have where David's actually wearing a ring too. And it's this photo right here. So here in this photo, you can see David's also wearing a ring on his left hand. Who is this person? Nobody knows. But this person does have red hair. So I'm curious, who is this girl? None of us know.
Hold on, what's going on?
Wait.
This is tough on Mother's Day. This is merch. I'm coming. I'm trying to give y'all free tickets for the show tonight.
You better fight. I ain't gonna lie. Here's something you can say.
Somebody faded, bro.
Oh, who about to fight?
Okay, so there's a few people that are trying to start a fight. I guess this is where they got the title from about getting maced. Police officer's got his handcuffs out already.
Y'all better hurry up. If they start fighting, the police gonna start macing. Oh, you put it on.
5 hours? You go 5 hours?
All right, so I want you guys to notice this person right here.
I walked 2 hours and then I waited 5 hours.
So this kid said that he walked 2 hours and then waited 5 hours to get to this place. And this kid looks, I don't know, how old does this kid look like to you? I'm not good at aging people. This kid definitely looks young. He's got to be like, I don't know, 12, 13, 11, 12, 13.
Yay! Like the main reason I do music is mainly because of you.
Word?
Yeah.
Okay, so David is his inspiration, poor kid.
What you make music on BandLab?
Yeah.
Indeed.
Yeah.
What's it? You got SoundCloud?
I got SoundCloud. I got YouTube. His voice is beautiful.
Win these tickets?
Oh, I want to win these tickets or something. Yeah, I'm hunting for these tickets. Give me love.
Oh, okay. Hey. What you got on? What you got on, gang?
Yeah, shut that shit off. Shut that shit off. City Aqualand. It's 1,000 right here. Okay. Citizen. My bad. Essential. It's a little school. A nice little UA. Okay. BVs. All right. BVs. How much those? Hold on. How much those? Chill. It's a little school fit. Yeah, I feel you. Light work. Light work. I don't even know. UA.
Poor kid, right, Storm?
Not the regular UA spot. Big boy city. Big boy city. Okay. Not the little one.
First clue, you gotta circle the lake. The first clue is around the lake.
Now hold on just a second.
I mean,
Am I cross listening? I'm on sports mode.
You'll find it. There's a QR code. You're gonna find a poster. The poster. Okay, so here's my dilemma. So essentially, I had the wedding ring on my pinky, and I lost it in the green room, bro. I go on stage in 25 minutes. I can't find the wedding ring, bro. I kid you not. I go on stage in 25 minutes. I can't find my ring.
He probably gave it out to another girl, another little girl. That's weird.
My ring, bro. I need them to put that on the jumbotron. I gotta do this. I gotta be shiny.
I don't want to hear any of this stuff. Oh look, here's the kid, and I don't know who that is. Friend. So the kid made it. That's wild. And if these people are underage, dude, like how are they getting into these places? Don't they have to be accompanied by an adult? Like nobody's watching these people? Oh, that's the mama? So the mom is a fan? Okay, Storm, thank you for the correction. I appreciate that. So the mom brought him. Damn. Okay, so I guess that's nice. Mama's a big fan too, I guess, huh? Okay. You know, David is really quick to flag any of the content that is out that has their stuff. So again, if this video gets flagged, we're just gonna have to remove it. So hope you guys are liking and subscribing to this video. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Let me see. There is supposedly an archive right here. Let me just take this down here too. I'll remove the chat. There is another YouTube page called Atomy Archive David Core. It's got about 1,000 subs, 59 videos, which is weird because the other day when I was looking at it, it said that there were over 200 songs. So I'm very curious why there's not a lot. Joined in 2020. Let's see what videos they have, what songs. So notice how, oh, Coco Mom, thank you so much for your $20 super chat. Oh, that's so awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. That makes my heart feel warm. Thank you so much. Yeah, when I come on, I don't ever expect anybody to donate to my channel, but I do appreciate that. It reminds me to just keep doing what I'm doing, you know, make sure that we keep Celeste's name alive and we don't stop until, you know, we finally get justice for her. So do me a favor, you guys, if you guys are here in the chat, do me a favor. I have an emoji, a purple heart emoji that says justice for Celeste. So if you guys can spam the chat with that emoji, I'd appreciate that, you guys. Coco's mom is an awesome supporter when she joins. I appreciate that, and I love that. Thank you, Storm. I want you guys to take a look at this this page, though, right? Because this apparently, I don't know if this is ran by David or if this is just somebody who has access to a lot of his songs, but there are songs on here like Rush. This was a song that apparently leaked about 2 months ago, and it sounded like, you know, if you listen to the song, it kind of sounds as if it could be talking about a relationship. What else is there? There's also a song called Drink and Drive. Weird that I don't see it here, though, because it used to be on here. Oh, here it is. We're going to play this song, and if we get flagged and we have to remove it, we'll do that. But I do want you guys to just listen to this song and listen to the lyrics, because after hearing this song, and this was just uploaded 10 days ago, I couldn't help but wonder, does this have anything to do with Celeste? And here, before I do that, let me play this really quick. Let me play this media source. I want to show this video really quick. Okay. Here we go.
David, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
Are you ever gonna drop Dancing to the End of the World?
No.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Hey, look.
You're gonna make this man kill himself.
I'll do you a favor, though.
GTA.
What about Drink and Drive? What about Drink and Drive? Drink and Drive.
He already said no.
No. I'll put on the archive.
Oh
look,
my. David, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
Are you ever gonna drop Dancing to the End of the World?
No.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Hey, look.
You're gonna make this man kill himself.
I'll do you a favor, though.
GTA.
What about Drink and Drive? What about Drink and Drive? Drink and Drive.
He already said no.
No. I'll put on the archive.
Oh my. David, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
Are you ever gonna drop Dancing to the End of the World?
No.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Hey, look.
You're gonna make this man kill himself.
Can you guys hear that? Type one in the chat if you guys can hear that. Coco Mom, thank you so much. Have a wonderful night to you as well. It's 4 a.m. over there. I hope you get some rest. But I want you guys to watch this video. Thank you so much for hanging out, Coco's Mom, and thank you for subscribing and donating. And you did what? A $20 super chat. You became a member, and you also sent a $10 super chat earlier. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. All right. Cool, you guys can hear this, so I want you guys to listen to this.
David, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
Are you ever gonna drop Dancing Through the End of the World?
No.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
So it's a fan asking him if he's ever going to drop a song called Dancing Through the End of the World. He says no, kids yelling out. Then I want you to listen to this last part of the question.
Hey, look.
You're gonna make this man kill himself.
I'll do you a favor though.
GTA.
What about Drink and Drive? What about Drink and Drive? Drink and Drive.
He already said no.
No. I'll put it on the archive. Look.
So notice what he says here.
David,
favor though.
GTA.
What about Drink and Drive? What about Drink and Drive? Drink and Drive.
He already said no.
No. I'll put it on the archive. Look.
He said that he's going to put it on the archive. Makes me really wonder if David actually has access to this Atami archive. Because here it's titled the Atami archive. And in this video, he does drop and he does mention that he will put Drink and Drive on the archive. Now, I could be reaching here, right? I could not be. I don't know. But it's worth talking about. Neo is running it. Storm says. I'll put it on the archives is what he said, right? And so this is where you get the archives, or this is one of the only pages that I've seen on YouTube that has this many songs. So, and all of these songs that are on here before, there used to be 200, right? But now there's only 59. So I'm very curious. I don't know. Could this be David? Could this be David who was uploading songs 2 days ago, 6 days ago, 9 days ago, 10 days ago? He put up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 songs 10 days ago. Hope you remember us. If humans could fly, hear me now. But I want you guys to listen to this one right here. And again, if it gets flagged, I know it will. We'll probably do something about it. We'll just take it out. beginning of this song, because this part right here was what really made it for me. And I know David is guilty, brought this song up at the beginning of the stream, but listen to the beginning of this song. And hold on, let me bring this up really quick because I think it's worth showing this to while we can. Hold on. So we'll just leave this right here. We'll put this right here. So then listen to this song. Want to force this onto you, but I do think it's worth listening to the lyrics of some of his songs, because he's mentioned that all of the songs he writes do have a lot of meaning. And in the Zach Singh interview that he did, he basically said Petals to Thorns, which was his first EP or his first album, was what he wanted his life to be. And then he said that the Withered album is his actual life. So if this was a song that was supposed to make it onto the Withered album, I can't help but think he's really in our face with this, just like Desert said. All right, so listen. The fuck? Are you still under the car? Like, what the fuck is going on? If this is not a confession, allegedly, then I don't know what is. What do you guys make of this song? Foxy's on the late night shift, huh? If this song, and again, I don't know when this song was written. I think it may have been written way before anything happened to Celeste. But what a wild coincidence. Yoshi was here. I think Yoshi went back into the living room. But what a wild coincidence this is. This whole situation could literally be him foreshadowing what happened. Now, again, I do have to stress that David has not been declared or named a suspect in this case. Viking Woman 3465 says this song was either written or released September 8th of 2023. Now, again, what a wild date to release this song, right? Because we all know that her birthday was on September 7th, but her body was also discovered exactly 2 years later on September 8th, 2025. The fan mentioned it in that video you showed a while ago, so he must have known about it. And that video again is this video.
David, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
Are you ever gonna drop Dancing Through the End of the World?
No.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Hey, look.
You're gonna make this man kill himself.
I'll do you a favor though.
GTA, GTA.
What about Drink and Drive? What about Drink and Drive? Drink and Drive.
He already said no.
No. I'll put on the archive.
Oh my. David, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
So you did hear him say that he was going to put it on the archive. So, was it loud? I'm sorry. He did say that he was going to put it on the archive. This is literally the archive right here. I don't know. Could David be behind this, running this entire thing? He did put up. He even has a song called Butterfly Knives. Like, what are you doing with the word knives in any of your song? After that photo that was posted on December 30th. Where is it at? This. Might as well just pull it up. This photo right here. Whoops. Let's take this out. This photo right here. Yes, everything that we say is not a fact. It's merely an opinion. And David is innocent until proven guilty. Here, we'll play that. Here, let's play it one more time, but we'll turn it down just a little bit.
David, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
Are you ever gonna drop Dancing Through the End of the World?
No.
Oh my god, bro. Oh my god.
Hey, look.
You're gonna make this man kill himself.
I'll do you a favor though.
GTA, GTA.
What about Drink and Drive? What about Drink and Drive? Drink and Drive.
He already said no.
No. I'll put on the archive.
Oh my. David, I got a question, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bean Baby, send it over. Send it over. The little kid sounds so sad. He's really upset. Yep. Oh, Jad, you're still awake? Mama Flo still up? Let me just double check to make sure. Oh, Lisa L, subscribe to the channel. Well, Lisa L, thank you for subscribing. He sounded distraught, like his mom took away his phone or something. Give me my phone. like the one of those immature ass fights where they both are antagonizing each other about leaving or whatever, and then she sits behind the Tesla to keep him from leaving, and he just plows her over. Where do you believe it happened, Foxy? I need to know timelines, like when. Because there is a lot of debate back and forth on where she may have died. Obviously, we know that this is one of the last photos that were taken, December 30th at 11:57:57. Right? And then we have, where is it? And we have this photo right over here, which is the actual last proof of life photo that SF Investigates has of her. However, he cannot confirm if there is anything after that. Sorry, you guys, I'm reading something really quick. I'm curious what you searched up, though. There are two separate cases involving a Celeste Rivas Hernandez, a teen found deceased in Los Angeles in a car linked to singer David in late 2025, and a Celeste Jones, whose fatal hit and run in Toronto 2019 led to an unsolved police investigation. Likely refers to either, but prominent recent cases of Celeste Rivas Hernandez found in California. Case received international news. That would be crazy if there's any relation to that. It'd be incredibly hard to get a dead body over U.S.-Canada borders. Let's just allege for a minute he accidentally ran her over or wrecked. How would he not be seen by people on the road? Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Steve Fisher did say that something happened to that car. Let's see. Where is it? We'll bring this up again.
Towards downtown LA, and I'll say the last photo that we have of Celeste is January 2nd.
Hold on, let's go ahead and look for the transcript. Okay. So this is where he says something happened, right?
Super dirty.
Oops.
I have no evidence of a body being transferred before or after. There's no evidence of that at all. What I will say, when
Hey Adele, welcome. Thank you for hanging out.
it was moved to that position, it was already like that. So that car had not been used in a very long time. It was super dirty, caked on dirt. I'll tell you, this was in late July. So it's bizarre because we also got media that the car was used a lot. David even spoke about it in Instagram videos. He took it to a detail shop and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, the very beginning of the year, that car, something happens, you know, and that, and then all of a sudden, the very beginning of the year, that car, something happens, you know, and that car's doesn't show up anymore. It's not used. It seems to disappear.
So David is guilty. Just to kind of reflect back on what you just put in the chat, Steve Fisher does say that at the beginning of the year, something happens to this car. So let's see.
And then that car was used a lot. David even spoke about it in Instagram videos. He took it to a detail shop and stuff like that. And then all of a sudden, the very beginning of the year, that car, something happens, you know, and that car's doesn't show up anymore. It's not used. It seems to disappear. And then that red Tesla learned, which we didn't know until the search warrant was served, that there's a red Tesla in the garage, which I can tell you was leased on February 1st.
Yeah, let me just...
Leased on February 1st. It's crazy because there was a lot of confusion who that red Tesla belonged to. A lot of people were saying that it belonged to Josh Marshall. I've even seen a document that even had Josh Marshall's name on it. So now I'm starting to think that that was a manufactured screenshot. But then SF Investigates did clarify that it actually belonged to Rob Morgenroth. So it's very odd.
Narrow down here. Do you have the precise date of when that car, the one with the Tesla, with Celeste body inside, when it was left there? Do you know the specific date of when it was left in Hollywood Hills?
I believe so. I believe it.
Well, we've kind of covered this video a handful of times, right? And I think it was really important because this was the very first video that Steve Fisher did in regards to this case. But I do have another video that maybe we can pull up if you guys want. We can. I'm still awake. That was on Court TV. And I don't know if a lot of people may have seen this one, but also Steve Fisher did do an interview with them. So we'll go ahead and get into it.
Terrence Crosby, a firefighter.
And if it's too late wherever you're at and you guys got to knock out, trust me, I get it. Do what you guys got to do. I'm up anyway, so I'm probably going to watch this.
From Dublin came to Boston to be part of the St. Patrick's Day. She was in to an unknown attacking another woman. Tonight, new developments as we learn how Kata was killed. An adult, Celeste, the owner, but we have Nisla.
Oh, hold on. I might need that photo really quick.
Music star David, an adult. Celeste, just 14 years old, found dead in the trunk of a Tesla.
Hold on, you guys. I need this screenshot. This is such a clear shot of the car. Sorry, y'all. Okay, continue.
The owner of the Tesla, David. Tonight, still no arrests in this homicide case, but we have new information connected to the car and the last known person to drive that Tesla. What happened to Celeste, and when will someone be held accountable? I'm Vinny Politan. Thank you for joining us here on Closing Arguments. It's a story.
Viking woman said, I think she died either overdose or maybe a weird argument, then was hidden due to her being a minor and involved with a grown-ass man and his friend group. So sad. Hopefully we will find out soon. I 1000% agree with you, Viking. I know we're all eager to find answers, but there's really not much that we can do at this point, right?
That really has a lot of people wondering what's going on in the
Type
investigation.
one in the chat if you guys have already seen this one before, because I don't know if I've seen it.
Investigation has people frustrated with the fact that no one's been held accountable yet. No one has been held accountable in this case, and it all begins with the internet music sensation David, okay? This guy came pretty much out of nowhere. He was a gamer on the internet, on YouTube, Twitch, doing his thing. Then found out he can sing, I guess, and then somehow his career just exploded. Absolutely exploded. So this guy was a star on the rise. Now, the victim here is a dead 14-year-old. Her name is Celeste. She's gone. Her life is over. This is serious. Like this is the murder of a child
In this
we're talking
episode?
about. And the crime scene is a Tesla. That's where she was found. In the trunk of a Tesla. 14-year-old girl. Decomposing. In the trunk of a car somewhere in the Hollywood Hills. From the outside looking in, you'd think, okay, might be pretty easy to put the pieces together, but apparently it's not that easy to put the pieces together in this case. But they know whose car it is. It was David's, but the question is, who was driving the car? Who had access to the car? Who left the car abandoned on the side of the road? To me, that's an important question in all of this. It might not, that person may not be the killer, but that person may have some information that could lead you to the answer to what happened to this teenage girl. We've got a special guest joining us here at the top of the show on this story. Missing persons private investigator, search and rescue pilot, and ground search technician Steve Fisher is with us. He was also hired by the homeowner of the house where the singer David was living. Also joining us, host of the Outlier podcast and Pop Crime TV reporter Lauren Conlon. Great to have both of you here tonight. Steve, I want to begin with you because making a lot of news with all of this, involving a video apparently that you were able to get your hands on. Give us the backstory on the video, what you can tell us about the video, and what that video revealed to you and what you've done with the video.
So it's from the neighborhood. It's right down the street from the house that David was staying in, that his manager leased, and it's a video of the Tesla being moved on the July 29th, about midday, and it's the same day that they leave. A group of them leave on a tour bus to begin the tour, the first day of the tour on the tour bus going to San Francisco. So the Tesla at that point is actually already in as dirty state as it is in the pictures that we obtained right when it was towed. So it's it looked like it had been sitting again for a while, and it looks like they just made one last move with it before they set out for this part of the tour.
Now, as you describe that, everyone at home is saying, well, who is they?
Mm-hmm.
Do we know who they is?
That's something that, right. Yeah, I know who was driving it on that last little move that it made to that parking spot there. But that's something that I'm not going to disclose yet. I think that would be stepping on LAPD's toes, which we don't want to do. We just want to make sure that some of these things are known and that that there's justice in this case, because that statement that LAPD came out with not too long ago was a little concerning. It made it seem like really culpability of concealment of a body might be the extent of the charges.
So and I just want to get a clearer picture here. The house where this was would there be a reason for the car to not be at the house? Like, were they abandoning the house and they were never going to return to the house? Do we know anything about information like that?
I don't think that was the plan, because they left a lot of stuff behind the house. They did, after this all went down, they moved some of it out, but even then they left a ton behind. So I think it was just, maybe that psychological factor of just a little distance gets it a little, further away from, from the house. I think it was not a permanent solution, obviously, but I think that they did have a plan down the road. I think it just, the towing really upended that plan.
Absolutely. All right, Lauren Conlon, this story, first of all, are you surprised that here we are in October and we still don't have answers in this case?
Yes, I am completely surprised. And if it wasn't for Steve, I guess at this point, and I'm not trying to shade the LAPD. I know they're doing everything they can, but if it wasn't for Steve, I would be even more concerned than I am right now. I constantly refresh the Los Angeles Medical Examiner's website to see if they've determined a cause or manner of death for Celeste. They have not. I've also, done some further digging where, their website says toxicology reports do take 4 to 6 months. I'm sitting here thinking, oh my goodness, is it going to be after Christmas before we start to, finally figure out possibly what happened to this poor girl?
I like how that
And, something just that Steve said to piggyback off that, it is concerning to me that so much stuff was left behind in the house that Steve was collecting, as evidence, because he's working for the homeowner. Some of this stuff that Steve and I have talked about offline, it's weird. I'm sorry. It's just strange that the LAPD didn't take this stuff with them when they had their search warrant. And I guess it's kind of like, let's just look at this from the outside again. David, not a suspect, not a person of interest, but he canceled all of his tours. That's a lot of money. He hasn't been seen, right, since he returned home to LA. I mean, that doesn't make sense. If you're not a person of interest at this point, what are you hiding from?
I want to put up on the screen a sketch of a timeline here of some of the things that we know. And as Steve pointed out, July 29th, the last time that David's Tesla was moved before being parked on a nearby Bluebird Avenue. August 27th, a parking enforcement officer marked the Tesla, noting the position of its tires. September 3rd, the officer issues a citation to the Tesla for violating the 72-hour parking ordinance. September 5th, the Tesla is impounded and towed to the Hollywood tow yard. September 8th, the body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez is found, in the front trunk after an employee reports a suspicious smell to police. And September 18th, Hollywood Hills home where David had been staying is searched.
I think at this point, I don't think anybody's actually seen him out and about. Now, another theory that people have brought up is that he may potentially be in rehab. Now, what is the likelihood that David may potentially be in rehab? Now, I know, if I'm not mistaken, Blair Burke has sent many of her clients before in the past to rehab before anything happens. So I'm curious if that is always a potential for David. And could they be waiting for him to get out of rehab to make an arrest?
And I just want to show everyone a map so they kind of get an idea here. As Steve described, the home is on the 1300 block of North Dehaney, and the Tesla is found within walking distance of there. So you could drop it off and just walk back, and it's no big deal. Let me ask you, Steve, is there any indication of what is the last known proof of life of Celeste?
So the last that I have, and I don't know, what LAPD has, but there was some media left behind at the house, and there's photos from a camera that David was using, and the last photo of Celeste is January 2nd of 2025.
Wow. Now, without revealing what you found, right? Because some things you may not be able to reveal. In what you went through in the house, did you find any evidence of criminal behavior?
So, it's not a crime to think about doing certain things, but we found some things that had been delivered to the house that just don't belong there, or don't belong in any type of environment like that. And they are things that you could use to get rid of a person if you wanted to. And they're really, people say, oh, it's got to be tools and stuff. It's beyond that. It's really sadistic stuff. Now, LAPD didn't take it, but they have told us that they photographed it. But again, that's not a crime, just ordering these things,
Right.
But I think it does, show that there was some intent, and,
Yeah, well, right, it's not illegal to have, but if you're putting together a case and it ends up being a homicide case and these things are around, that's a piece of the puzzle, the building blocks of any prosecutor's case. Lauren, how would you describe David? If someone has no idea who this guy is, who he is, how he got famous, what he's known for, what he's like.
Yeah, I mean, David is your typical internet kid. He describes himself that way. He grew up with the internet. He's a gamer. He is
Military Ma, welcome.
Was a TikTok star. That's essentially how he was discovered as this singer. He went viral, and he has millions of followers on every platform. A huge following on Discord, Reddit, Instagram, TikTok, you name it. His life is online. And Vinny, just to add a couple things to the dates that you mentioned before, you said September 18th, that's when the home was searched, the Hollywood Hills home. Well, also around the 17th and 18th, I'm not exactly positive which day it was. I don't want to be called out, but that was also the day that Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body was identified as Celeste. And also, that was the day, or around the day, that David transferred his Houston homes in Texas in his mother's name. And, I kind of smile a little bit, and I didn't really mean to, when you asked Steve, about the evidence he found in the home, because I know that Steve wishes he could share it all with us, but clearly he's being incredibly responsible right now, and he's not trying to step on the LAPD's toes. But it's concerning.
How about Celeste's family, Lauren? What are they saying now? Are they speaking out? Are they frustrated? Are they angry? Or are they just waiting?
So it's interesting, Vinny, because
her family is mighty quiet, which has raised a lot of suspicion. And a lot of people are upset because they can find Celeste family members going shopping on Christmas, but they have no idea where David is.
I've been kind of refreshing their Facebook profiles, the family members that I found. I believe initially when Celeste went missing for the first time back in February of 2024, it was her aunt that posted that she was missing, and her mom had commented on it. And I haven't seen any posts from them that are public since. I did get her brother's number. I actually texted him at one point. I did not get a response there. So I really have no idea. I also think that, there is a language barrier with her mother. At least I know that her mother for sure does not speak English very well. So I think that, that also might be an issue as to why she's not speaking out. But yeah, pretty much silence from her family.
Now, Steve, getting back to your video, and you've provided it to LAPD, correct?
Sorry, y'all. I'm just trying to update the thumbnail for this live.
Right. So they have it.
Yeah, absolutely.
And from that video, you're able to tell who's driving the car. And you use the term they. So there's more than one person involved in all of this. And obviously, none of them or all of them could be involved with what happened to Celeste. We don't know. But are they identifiable from the video?
Yeah, and to be clear, so there's one person driving the car. When I say they, it's because there's images from right before and then after the time frame the car was moved that same day of people at the home and then on the tour bus. So when I say they, I know that they were in a...
Wait, hold on. What did he say?
But are they identifiable from the video?
Yeah, and to be clear, so there's one person driving the car. When I say they, it's because there's images from right before and then after the time frame the car was moved that same day of people at the home and then on the tour bus. So when I say they, I know that they were in a group, but there was only one person that moved the car, and that person is identifiable for sure.
And is LAPD, my guess is they would have wanted to have spoken to all these people. Do we know if they have given statements? Do we know if LAPD has spoken to David and anyone else who may have been in and around the home at that time?
Well, I know that, before she was identified, there was a statement from David's camp saying that he did plan on talking to LAPD when he came back in town.
Foxy with the plug. Foxy said, hit her up if you want to find out about yourself.
Because he had a show at the Greek Theater in LA, which was canceled. I hope they've talked to these people, but they're not telling us that. We have not gotten. We've been trying to get a copy of the search warrant with the probable cause affidavit because the owner's entitled to that since David wasn't on the lease. We haven't gotten that yet, and that's not something we could disclose anyways. But I would hope that they're talking to. There was a core group of people that were around a lot and all the time. And I'll tell you what, Celeste is not one of those people that it's in this house in these photos. There's people are showing some photos of an old house from before, but there was another place that appears to be in East Hollywood or downtown that I believe she was staying
East
at.
Hollywood or downtown?
More like an apartment. And so I think hopefully they get to the bottom of that and figure out, because I think
That's weird, right? That she was staying at an apartment in East Hollywood or downtown. Curious where that is.
Appears to be in East Hollywood or downtown that I believe she was staying at, more like an apartment. And so I think hopefully they get to the bottom of that and figure out, because I think she was living with somebody as well too. She was not at this house 24/7.
And how far back do the videos go? I mean, are there videos before that date on July 29th? And do they reveal anything?
They go from December of 24 up until I forget the exact date, but it's about I think it's like April or May that they go to.
All right, Steve Fisher.
So go ahead. There is back in 24. Yeah. She does appear on some images in December 24 as well, but the last one is January 25.
January. All right, Lauren Conlin, great to have you on. Thank you so much. Steve Fisher, great to see you. Appreciate you sharing all this information with us and with our audience. And I'm sure we'll speak again as this investigation continues. When we come back, we're going to bring in our think tank. They're locked and loaded. Yes, it's ladies' night on Closing Argument. It's a chilling, haunted for murder.
This morning, we do know it was a 2000.
Well, it seems like that might be it on this case for now. Let's see. Let me catch up on the chat. Adele said, yes, I remember transferred his properties. I think that happened on the same day, September 18th, the same day that the search warrant was also served. I'm sure her family is sad she's gone, but they may also have some crimes to conceal themselves, which is all alleged, right? Or speculation. Most families in cases like this are like, help us, our baby. Foxy said, or if your mom just be capping about who your pops is, like mine did. Oops. MacDizzle said he doesn't need rehab. He needs an exorcism. He could be, right? Foxy said Neo's distinctive ass red shirt. And it's crazy because I'm trying to pull up this image right now, but for some reason it's not popping up. Hold on. Let me see if I can resave this. Let me see. Maybe. For some reason, it's not popping up. It's not working. Nope. Well, here, let me just bring this over because this is the red shirt that Foxy's talking about. The red distinctive ass jersey. This is apparently what Neo was wearing. Let's see, maybe if we click on it. Oh, I accidentally almost followed him. So this was posted on July 31st, which may not have been posted on the same exact day, but this is the person that well, this is not the person. This is supposedly the person SF alleges was wearing a very distinctive outfit. And you can see Asia comments, it says swag. Noor Bash. This is also somebody who posted a photo. This photo right over here that says, mind if I bleed out? I think this was also liked by Neo as well. But apparently Noor, this girl is a person who I believe had a 19th birthday party. Oh God, oh God, oh God, she's too revealing. Okay, this is going to be way too much. Never mind. You guys want to see this video? No way. No way, Foxy. Oh, this video right here too. It's crazy because they were saying that if you take a look at this video right here, hold on, let me turn off the comment really quick. They say if you pay attention, and I can't zoom in anymore. They say if you pay attention to this video, you can see in the reflection here that somebody is on the couch. And this was posted 2025. Let's see. And here, oops, you can see I don't know. It's very hard to tell if there's somebody on this couch, but they were saying that you could potentially see somebody in the reflection of this sitting next to David. But the crazy part is if you take a look at this, there's somebody has to be sitting on that couch next to David because you see David on the right in this video right there. So whoever is filming must be somebody else other than David himself. David is guilty said it would be funny if Neo wiped his social media clean but left the photo of the shirt that he had on in the crime. That would be crazy. As the kids say, dead ass. God, no cap. Dead ass, bro. What else is there? Somebody even speculated that, I forget who it was, that maybe Neo was the person who came back home and was given the task to move the car or either carry out the final task of putting it in the burn cage and decided that he wasn't going to do it, either chickened out or felt like it wasn't his responsibility to do and left the car for him to deal with. But then again, I don't know. If he was involved before, during, and after. Now, these apartments right here, right? So if you guys are taking a look here, this is a photo where many people had speculated that this person may have been Celeste in another photo. I don't know where this photo is posted at now. Let me see if I can pull it up. I might have it. Hold on. Maybe not. No, I don't have it. Maybe we'll see it. Are these 20-year-olds in this video? They behave like kids. Absolutely. Tattoo artist. What's up, Rach? How's it going? I'm late. Gonna listen while I get ready for work. Dear Lord. That's crazy. You're getting ready for work? I haven't even gone to sleep yet. Everyone in this circle acts like they're 12. Who is that pic? Because if that isn't her, then that's Balcony Girl. No. You know what? Hold on. Could that be? Could that be Balcony Girl with this shirt off? Maybe Cat's here. You might have to go back to find those videos to see. Where do we go? Right here. But anyways, a lot of people thought this was Celeste, but this is actually Vanessa. Nobody knows too much about this person, but this is Vanessa, and this is at I forgot the name of this. These are some apartments on Wilshire. How has no one been arrested or taken in for questioning? That's a really good question. Nobody has been named a suspect, right? You'd think, right? Like if I went to work and it just so happened that they found a dead body in my car, you would be damn sure that I'd be the first person that they'd take in for questioning. Oh, look at Neo playing golf with his buddy boy. I don't know what I'm looking for here. Oh, he's wearing a David sweater. That's cute. There you go. Here's the video of... No, we're not going to play the song. Now, a lot of people were speculating if this was a meth pipe. And it's crazy because people still think that this is a meth pipe. But what people don't understand is this is actually a lollipop. What the heck? That's a lollipop. You can see that it's red here. It's not clear. So definitely not a meth pipe. But I can understand how people thought it was. Yeah, some people thought it was a tweaker pipe. I was like, tweaker pipe doesn't have wrapping around it, right? And they're like, oh, he's holding a lighter. I have no idea what else he's holding. The girl that was in the photo, her name is Vanessa. What the correlation is between them, nobody knows. But there's also another photo that people saw of David and another female who had the back of their head towards the camera, and David's wearing that black and gold do-rag. And a lot of people thought that was Celeste, but it turned out that once that video came up, or this photo, where is it at? This photo. When this photo came out, that's when we learned that that person in the other photo was not Celeste. I'm trying to see if that photo will pop up or not. You guys know which photo I'm talking about? Maybe it'll pop up. Yo, the other girl in that photo is Celeste Herrera. Yes. It's Celeste, Neo, and Vanessa. Celeste Herrera. Neo the plug. Who's that? No. And Neo stand up. Oh, he's a funny guy. We're not watching this. You guys know which photo I'm talking about, right? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on. Let me find it. It'll pop up. Oh, this one right here. Okay. This photo right over here. So when people saw this photo, they thought that this person was Celeste. But when this photo came out, let me just pull this up. Sorry, y'all. Sorry. When this photo came out, that's when everybody learned that, okay, this is not Celeste. This is Celeste Herrera. This is Neo. This is Vanessa. And then this kind of just put them in the same area, right? So he's wearing the same clothes. She's wearing the same clothes. And that put them at the same location. You see Celeste wearing the black. She's wearing the black here. Oh, Cat's here. You haven't seen a lot of these photos? Well, I'm glad that, you know, you're seeing it here first. There's also, let me just visit this Reddit post. So here, this will kind of just break it down for you guys in detail. Confirmed location of party with David, Neo, Celeste H, and Vanessa. Flagging this as someone who used to live in this building for years, which has very distinct interior features. The attached photos are the location of the party where we see Neo and Celeste Herrera sitting on the couch with David, and who I think is Vanessa, not Celeste Rivas, behind him. And Vanessa and Neo posing in the hallway. Also included a recent rental listing so you can see the property and unit details. Not all units look the same, different floor plans. So this is the Vero apartments on Wilshire. So could this possibly be the apartment buildings that SF Investigates was talking about that are in East Hollywood / downtown LA? There are 3 residential buildings on this property. The selfie pic is for sure the main building facing Wilshire because it's the only elevator flanked by units and has big mirrors on each floor. Maybe a nothing burger. Maybe a nothing. That's really funny because this is a very specific term that people allegedly in David's camp use. A nothing burger. But it might be useful for police to look at security footage from that night, which is June 2nd, according to Neo's IG story. The Vero has cameras and 24/7 security in the lobby, garages, and common areas. So Celeste Herrera, Neo, Vanessa, and David. So David has been seen in multiple photos wearing this do-rag. Here again, you see this photo. I guess this is a selfie photo that they took in the mirror right next to the elevators. Here again, you can see Neo along with Vanessa in the hallway. And the last photo I think is going to be of the apartments here. Those are expensive apartments. Oh yeah, $2,100 for a 1-bedroom, 700 square feet. Dear Lord, that's crazy. That is wild. That's more than my rent. I'd love to know where David is. That's some hush job they did on him. Definitely. And I do remember hearing, TMZ stating that they cannot find him, which makes me believe they're working with the DA. I mean, not the DA, the defense, right? Because TMZ, the king of paparazzis, they don't know where he is. Hard to believe. I don't know. And his parents. Well, I think his parents, they're not hard to find, but nobody really cares where the parents are. We know that they're home in Texas, but where's David? Where is David? Nobody really knows. A nothing burger sounds like 90s Kate Moss model diet. Well, whatever it is, I want it. A nothing burger. Sounds good right now, too. TMZ is so on the defense team. Yeah, they very well could be, right? And just FYI for the record, I'm going to show you guys a photo. This photo is not real. Because you're going to see this photo you're going to see it in all the Law and Crime, Nancy Grace, and News Nation videos. This is not real. I can show you one photo from that photo shoot that is real. It's this one right over here. Let me just open it in a new tab. This one. That one. So that one's fake. Yeah, TMZ has mentioned that they can't find him. I can't remember exactly where, but I do remember seeing on one of their live streams on YouTube, they did mention they don't know where he is. So it is what it is. Anything else you guys want to discuss? I don't know what else to bring up. Foxy says, I rent a 5-bedroom guest house on horse property for $600 more here in LA. He's wasting his money. Yep. Well, I mean, imagine this. This guy was paying $20,000 a month for what, a 4 or 5-bedroom place? And then before that, he had another place in Hollywood. Any other topics you guys want to touch base on or go over? Because my mind's going blank. Who's got a question? Do me a favor, guys. If you guys haven't already, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. We're on our way to 700 subs. And we are 4 subs away. Can we reach 700 subs tonight? I know we got some people in the chat that are just lurking. Who's going to do it? I'd love to stay, but it is getting late. Don't forget to subscribe, though. Looks like the chat has gone quiet. I can't believe Nancy Grace is still using an AI photo and all these other folks too. Yep. Yep. Get your Ozempic now before the tantrum tariffs start. Oh, Lord. No, thank you. Oh, we got one person to subscribe, so 697. We're 3 subs away. Can we get to 700? He needs rehab for his digital addiction. I think he's got multiple addictions too, right? He's an internet baby. He grew up on the internet. I mean, everybody who's normally in the chats is normally someone who usually comes in. It's very rare do we see new people in the chat. I mean, we've had a few today, right? Some were some supporters too, so I appreciate that. But let me go ahead and go through all of our supporters today. So Dubs just joined the inner circle. Shout out to Dubs. Dubs became a member. Jazzy Jess did a $2 super sticker. Coco's mom became a member too. Now we're gonna keep doing this. And then Coco Mom 2021 donated twice today. She did a $10 super chat. So thank you for that. And she did a $20 super chat. So thank you again. Let's see. Let's go back to live messages now. All the lurkers. Unfortunately, I can't see who any of the lurkers are. But if you're lurking in the background, do me a favor, just say hi. We appreciate your company. We appreciate you being here. Let me know if it's your first time checking out a live that we've done. Let me know. Right? Definitely. Maybe we have some people from that secret server that apparently David has. We know a few of them were in our last live. So if you are from David's live or secret server, welcome, you guys. And if any of you guys are here and you guys want to talk about the server and, you know, that whole AI video that you guys were talking about, you guys seen that video, right? Let me go ahead and pull that up. That'll be the last thing we talk about tonight. Here we go. So, hold on really quick. This one's really low, so you guys got to listen to this.
The real truth is that I never killed the girl. I was never there. Last time we talked was like months before this whole happened. I think it was Josh who did it, but also not at the same time. But I can't really say anything because my lawyers are telling me not to say anything. You know how it is. Yeah. This shit sucks.
Now, that was a video that was put onto a TikTok, and shout out to Adele for her, what is that, €5.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. Try again sticker. Hey, thank you so much, Adele. Appreciate you. Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't see anybody who's lurking. But if you are lurking, we appreciate the lurkers. So don't be shy. You guys can say hi. Don't be shy. Shout out to you, Adele. Thank you so much. Sarah Connor. Sarah Connor, are you a lurker? It's 11 a.m. right now. Where are you at? 7. Ooh, that's crazy. 11 hours ahead. Are you in the UK? I know Australia is like 19 hours ahead. Which one? Your comment? On this one? All right, you're going to have to tell me which one you are. Oh, lurking from France. Okay, Sarah. Hey, well, welcome. France is in the building. That's crazy. We got people from across the world tuning in. Sarah, we appreciate you hanging out. Here, let's go ahead and listen to this again one more time. The real proof is that I never killed the girl. Right? He would be very smart. Now, if this was AI, because there's debate if this is real or if it's not. Now, if this was AI, would the person who prompted this voice be smart enough to put that he does not know, quote unquote, the girl?
Never there. Last time we talked was like months before.
You guys hear that?
I never killed the girl. I was never there. Last
I was never there.
time we talked was like months before this whole happened.
The last time we talked was months before this whole thing happened.
I think it was Josh who did it, but also not at the same time. But I can't really say anything because my lawyers are telling me not to say anything. You know how it is. Yeah.
Ireland's in the building?
This shit sucks.
What's up, Ireland? Adele, you're in Ireland? That's what's up. Where else is everybody from? You guys don't have to tell me like specifically. Don't want to know your address. But drop what city you're in. We got fam internationally. That's what's up. Ooh. 698. We only need 2 more subs to hit 700. It's funny. Feel like a kid in a candy store. Seattle in the house. Laura Butler. Hey, Seattle. Are you guys excited that the Seahawks are almost on their way? They got to go through us first. But they're almost on their way to another Super Bowl chance. Lurking from France. We got Ireland in the house. We got Seattle in the house. Oh, Sarah, you've been watching me since Rabbit's Live? Since I went on and sang and embarrassed myself. Yeah. That was funny. Those were fun nights. That was definitely fun. We're gonna have to do a birthday stream soon for myself, but we got to figure out what we're gonna do. I don't know what to do. You guys got to give me some ideas. What a birthday gift it would be if somebody is arrested next month. And I have a feeling that they're gonna, make some moves on a very particular day. Halfway through the month is my prediction. Could be wrong, but that'd be a great birthday gift. Let's see. Anything else? What is left? What is new? Hold on one second. Let me pull this over here. Let me see. A month ago. Okay, so Lauren Conlon did a video 5 days ago on David at the high schools, and then she did another one 3 days ago, which I actually haven't seen. So watch that, and then after that, oh, Lori, your birthday's in Feb too? I'm on the 15th. So that would be insane if they started making moves right around there. So let's we go pull up this video from Lauren Conlon. This will probably be the last video I do before we call it a night.
Happy Friday, guys.
Oh, sorry, y'all. That's really loud. Apologize.
Guys, it's Lauren Conlon from LA Magazine. I have
Oh yeah, Foxy, you're a Valentine's baby. So Cassier said, did anything ever come of the Mark the Shark crew on her live? Anyone ever? No, I don't think anybody contacted Mark regarding it, but we were definitely in her chat for sure. I got banned. That's all I know.
a new piece about the singer David, real name David Anthony Burke, amid the investigation into the death of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez.
And thank you for calling her a 14-year-old, because that's exactly what she was. She was 14 years old when she, well, from what we know, we believe that she was 14 years old. She had to have been 14.
Had surfaced. Someone sent it to me. It's 2023, around there, and it's David.
Adele said, how long is rehab normally? 3 months. Well, it really depends on what he's in for rehab for, right? If this is like a psychiatric rehab, that could be, you know, as short as 72 hours. And could be something as long as maybe 3 months, right? Maybe even longer, but I find it hard to believe that he's in rehab. Unless he was secretly on medications and nobody knew anything about it. That's always a potential.
Appearing to go to 2 high schools in particular in this video with his manager, Robert Morgenroth. And
she's trying to look young, Fox. You're trying to keep it young.
They are speaking to students.
She's in New York, right? It's probably like snowing like crazy out there.
And they are giving away tickets to a SZA concert. He opened for SZA at one point. Now, when you look at this video, I guess initially it seems like there's really nothing wrong there. There's really nothing to it. I started to dig a little bit deeper, and I'm starting to realize here that it is a thing for musicians to possibly go to high schools, maybe go to their alma mater, or, you know, go to a school that possibly needs a little bit more money for their music department. Ed Sheeran did this in 2023. He donated guitars to a music department, gave a concert at the school. I saw a country singer. She went to her alma mater and did that. There's lots of press around it. And I think a lot of that press also is kind of a safeguard for parents, so to speak. So when you see David and his manager at these quote unquote schools, he is not inside of the school. He is outside of the school. I understand David is 18 at the time. Some high school students, they are 18, they are 17. That would be very close in age to David. No big deal. However, some of the students are as young as 13. There have been freshmen that are 13 years old. We know that Celeste Rivas Hernandez, she was 14 years old. So with that, I called one of the schools in this video. There's 2 schools. I couldn't make out the second one, or the first one, I should say, in Baltimore. But the second one, it's the Arts Academy of Benjamin Rush in Philadelphia. I spoke to a faculty member who knew exactly what I was talking about. And she said, this was not a school-sanctioned event.
Decoration, Foxy.
David, his manager, nobody contacted us. There is a very strict communication office or strict policy if a musician would want to do something like this. So she said pretty much her students, they saw a post on social media that this was going to happen. And he wasn't technically even in front of the school, although the video footage would show that he was adjacent in a library parking lot there. So she kind of said, oh no, like this definitely did not fly with the school, not at all. And I spoke to a parent of a student who This parent has a 14-year-old, not related to David, not related to this art school. But I asked her, I said, would you be okay with that if there's this famous singer and his manager who's in his 30s or at least late 20s? Would you be okay with them loitering outside of your kid's high school, engaging with the kids, let's say as young as 13 or 14, saying, hey, come to this concert, blah, blah, blah. Here's a QR code. At one point in the video, Morgan Roth is like, oh, did you get the text? I mean, maybe it's an innocent text about a QR code, but going back to this mom, she said, no, I would not be comfortable with that. If it's near the school and still it's, it's kind of, I guess, attached, because it's almost like, it's a hunting ground. It's strange. It's like, you're not going to ask the school for permission, which actually it wouldn't be that hard. I'm pretty sure like a high school will be like, yeah, sure. Come into the, when we have a music class or when we have XYZ music program. But no, this mother said, I would be uncomfortable if my child was being approached by a famous singer and his manager outside of a school setting. She said, I would want reassurance that the school was aware of this and this interaction and that safeguards were in place to address any potential safety concerns. So this leads me back to Celeste Rivas Hernandez, when her teacher came out and said, oh yeah, I knew that she met him on the internet. And then a video surfaces of David and another kid from a Lake Elsinore high school about 5 minutes away from the school at a parking lot. Again, he's always in close proximity to these high schools. And at this point, the guy's 20 years old. Now, none of this implicates any type of homicide or anything like that, but I think it opens a couple of doors here. This is not normal. This is not right to hang around high schools to do these giveaways. You need to get permission from the high schools. And I get it. If you're not going inside, okay, but there's a reason you're not asking permission, and there's a reason you're not going inside. Again, I am not implicating anybody for red rumming anyone. I'm not saying that any of this means that he is guilty. I'm just bringing this to your attention. So head to lamag.com for the full article.
Okay. Well, let's go ahead and gift 5 memberships really quick. If we can. Let me see. Let's see if it'll work. Did it work? Yay. All right, you guys, gifted 5 memberships. Laura Butler received 1. Alien Baby received 1. David is way guilty. That's Amber. And it's Lindsay L. was gifted a membership. Hey. Laura, welcome to the inner circle. All right. Y'all do me a favor, drop some circles in the chat for our new inner circle members. All right, you guys, that's going to wrap it up for me. It's 2:23 in the morning out here. I've got work at 9, so I need to get a little bit of sleep. So let me give a shout out really quick to everybody who donated. Dubs became a member today. Jazzy Jeff for your $2 super sticker. Coco's mom for becoming a member of the inner circle today. Coco's mom again with a $10 super chat. And then Coco's mom again with a $20 super chat. Adele with a €5.99 super sticker. And then I gifted 5 memberships. So how many more doors need to be open, right? All right, you guys, I'm going to call it a night. We're at 698 subscribers. If I've earned your attention and your time and you like the content that I'm putting out, drop a subscribe. Hopefully we can reach 700 by tonight, and then we can be on the road for 1,000 subs. Anyways, I do appreciate everybody being here, everybody who supported the channel tonight. Thank you guys so much. Hopefully we'll come back with something new. We did a live earlier previously about a disgusting auntie in Baltimore, Maryland. It's a case that happened in 2021. very graphic, sad story. If you guys, you know, want to check out some of the content, we just did a live. Go back to the page. We got a Discord too. You know, if you just became a member, you can click on the community wall. You can scroll down, look for the link to our Discord. We dive deeper into the case there. So if you guys want, a lot of amazing people. Yeah, we can take the conversation out there. And then sometimes we do little late night Discord videos where we can kind of watch things that we can't really watch on the lives. So if you want to become a member, join the inner circle there on the Discord. And then I'll see you guys there. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you guys another time. Take care, you guys. I'm out. Peace.